Chapter 1345. However, even in this situation, Xiaoyang felt that it was worth it. From the moment he arrived here, to drawing up the battle plan and finally executing it, he didn't have much hope. There was only a sliver of hope. All the way until now, his hope had increased by 50%. It was enough to be proud. Xiaoyang blinked. He couldn't be bothered to continue wasting his cultivation. He lowered his attack power and weakened his origin power. Basically, he only cared about dodging and escaping. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't fail. As long as he could maintain this situation, it was enough. He took the initiative to place his hope on Holy Lord of the Dark Knight, but Wu Gui could only passively place his hope on the demons. Now, it was time to see which side couldn't hold on. Of course, other than the 3 battlefields, there was another guy who was worth paying attention to. That was the Lesser Void Swallow. As long as this guy joined the battle, no matter which side he joined, he would definitely be able to change the stalemate. It wasn't just Xiaoyang who saw this result. Wu Gui clearly knew the result. Therefore, he took the initiative to shout at the Lesser Void Swallow. Void Swallow, as you can see, we demons have the upper hand now. If you are willing to help, then we will be the winner. At that time, those 2 human cultivators can be given to you. Of course, the high-level heavenly fire will belong to me. How about it? The Lesser Void Swallow's eyes flickered. He was a little tempted by this proposal. One had to know that Holy Lord of the Dark Knight and Xiaoyang were both powerful cultivators. If he swallowed them, then his cultivation would definitely increase. Even though Xiaoyang's cultivation base was rising rapidly, his potential was also limitless. He must have many mysterious cultivation techniques, as well as hidden treasures and secrets. If he could uncover all of them, it would be enough for the Lesser Void Devouring to spend for a while. Hearing the conversation between Holy Lord of the Dark Knight and the Lesser Void Swallow, Holy Lord of the Dark Knight became nervous. It was even more difficult to deal with the 2 demon envoys. Now, everyone knew the huge effect of the Lesser Void Swallow. It could almost change the situation of the battle. Holy Lord of the Dark Knight swallowed. He couldn't care so much now. He could only fight the 2 demon envoys with all his might. As for the results, and whether he would die here in the end, he could only leave it to fate. He glanced at Xiaoyang from the corner of his eye. He hoped that Xiaoyang could handle the Lesser Void Devourer well. Otherwise, even if he self-destructed, he would not be able to change the situation. Xiaoyang clearly felt the change in Holy Lord of Dark Knight, as well as the change in Lesser Void Swallow's expression. After thinking for a moment, he smiled at little Void Swallow and said, "Void Swallow, I think you already know about Wu Gui's suggestion. Why? Don't you want to cooperate with me? In your opinion, which side is more trustworthy? For the sake of benefits, that guy, No Return, can even betray you. Who knows? He might even have the idea of taking you as his mount. To your Void Swallowers, becoming someone else's mount is extremely humiliating." The Void Devourer stared blankly at Xiaoyang. He naturally knew what Xiaoyang meant. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked playfully at Xiaoyang. He said calmly, "Human Xiaoyang, so, are you planning to give me the immortal sword? I'm very happy to see this ending." Xiaoyang blinked and chuckled. "Isn't it just an immortal sword? If you can destroy No Return, I'll allow you to devour No Return and raise your cultivation. You Void Swallowers can devour anything. I know this very well." In order to gain the support of the Lesser Void Swallow, Xiaoyang could only reluctantly part with his treasure. This immortal sword had accompanied him for a very long time. Now that he had to give it away, he was somewhat reluctant. But in order to survive, in order to bring Holy Lord of Dark Knight out, he could only accept some small sacrifices. The Lesser Void Swallow chuckled. In any case, he was the biggest winner now. He was not in a hurry to make a decision. Just like the plan in the prison, he was the biggest winner who reaped the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel. The current situation was indeed as he had imagined. He could not help but feel smug. His expression was filled with pride. No Return, I think you've heard what the human said. What about you? Can you offer a higher price? The lesser void swallow looked proudly at No Return and asked proudly. No Return frowned and said calmly, Void swallow, I think our demon race's sincerity is the greatest. Isn't that so? The lesser void swallow said, If that's the case, then I'm very sorry. I will cooperate with Xiaoyang. The immortal sword in Xiaoyang's hands is very precious. It's a rare item. No Return's face was filled with displeasure. He knew that the lesser void swallow was a greedy and insatiable person. He was really detestable. He said coldly, All right then. Void swallow, as long as you take down Xiaoyang, you can name the rest of the conditions. What do you think? The lesser void swallow's eyes lit up. He felt that the entire proposal was quite good. Hence, he looked at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, then, I'm very sorry. I think that No Return's side is more suitable for me. The corner of Xiaoyang's lips curled up. He did not think much of it and did not show any signs of fear. Instead, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, swallowing the void, I think you have forgotten something. The lesser void swallow narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent and hostility. When he was in the underground prison, he was held captive by Xiaoyang, Holy Lord of Darkness, and the high-level heavenly fire. This was a humiliation to him. If he did not cooperate with Xiaoyang and willingly allowed himself to be used by Xiaoyang, his demonic power would not have recovered. Even if he cooperated with Xiaoyang in the end, his demonic power would only be unsealed to King Wu's level 4. Perhaps Xiaoyang still had some tricks up his sleeve. The lesser void swallow had to be on guard. Xiaoyang, what do you mean? Can you be clearer? Otherwise, I don't mind perishing with you here. After all, I don't want to live in fear. It's not safe. Xiaoyang said coldly, If you choose to be my opponent, then I don't mind making you live in fear. However, if you choose to be my friend, then I don't mind giving you this immortal sword. I won't say anything more. The rest is up to you. The lesser void swallow was silent. His eyes were filled with hesitation. Clearly, he was intimidated by Xiaoyang's words. Although he did not know if Xiaoyang was telling the truth, he did not have the courage to try. Who knew if Xiaoyang had other tricks up his sleeves? Once this kind of thing was started, there was no turning back. One wrong word, and he would have to pay the price with his life. Xiaoyang was also nervous. Although he had some means of suppression, it was not very powerful. If the lesser void swallow wanted to resist, then Xiaoyang would be helpless. Chapter 1346. Now it was time to see if he could intimidate the lesser void devourer. The more unscrupulous Xiaoyang acted, the more he could intimidate the other party. Basically, he was bluffing because even if he had some means of suppression left, it would not be of much use. Xiaoyang resisted the joint attacks of many demons while observing the lesser void devourer's movements. The lesser void devourer was still a little wary of Xiaoyang's threat. This was because he knew Xiaoyang's methods. He was definitely an unfathomable master with endless tricks up his sleeves. The lesser void devourer had already experienced this back in the underground prison. No Return's face was gloomy and expressionless. Lesser void devourer, are you afraid of a little human? You are 2 cultivation stages higher than him, and my conditions are much better than his. Isn't that right? The lesser void devourer did not say a word and remained silent. He was actually hesitating and tangled in his heart, not knowing how to choose. Without a doubt, standing on No Return's side would definitely give him more benefits, but there were some risks. In addition, even if he stood on Xiaoyang's side, he would at least get the immortal sword. The immortal sword carried immortal qi. If he could refine it, then it would allow him to comprehend another realm. Xiaoyang blinked, obviously seeing the lesser void devourer's hesitation. He immediately took out the immortal sword from his storage ring. The moment the immortal sword appeared, it released a buzzing sound and then turned into rays of sword light that swept around. Xiaoyang even displayed an incomparably tyrannical sword field. The sword field enveloped the surroundings, and no demons could break it. Void Devourer, have you seen enough? This is the power of the immortal sword, and this immortal chi is absolutely unique. If you can help to destroy No Return, this immortal sword is yours. Of course, I don't mind you being my enemy. Just as well, I don't want to give away the immortal sword, and this immortal sword is also reluctant to part with me. Xiaoyang roared and said calmly. Although he was urging them, his divine sense was not idle. He immediately used the soul-refining secret art and the heart dream traceless, releasing an amazing divine sense attack, directly sweeping towards the left and right devil race envoys. The two left and right envoys of the demon race were already greatly suppressed. Because of the great difference in cultivation level, they were constantly beaten up by the Dark Knight Holy Lord. They could only barely defend. Now that Xiaoyang had done this, they couldn't take it anymore. First, his entire body stopped moving, and even his body stiffened for a moment. Then his mind went blank. While they were stunned, Holy Lord of the Dark Knight seized this rare opportunity and immediately launched a lightning-fast attack at them. The powerful radiance of the martial skill enveloped them in an instant, obliterating them into pieces. After finishing this attack, Sacred Lord Dark Knight let out a sigh of relief because he knew that he had won. Even if he didn't win, at least escaping from here wouldn't be a problem. He was very glad to have Xiaoyang as a comrade. If it wasn't for Xiaoyang's help just now, he wouldn't have been able to kill the left and right envoys of the demon race so easily. Although his cultivation level was higher than the left and right envoys of the demon race, the left and right envoys of the demon race weren't easy to bully either. Not to mention that the two of them also knew a set of two-person battle formations and tactics. Even their cultivation techniques were cultivated for the cooperation of two people, which was extremely terrifying. Xiaoyang blinked and couldn't help but grin. He looked at Holy Lord of the Dark Knight and said, "Amazing." He praised the other party. Because the original stalemate had been broken, Xiaoyang's side undoubtedly had a great advantage. Holy Lord of the Dark Knight, a fifth-rank powerhouse of Kingwu, could already free himself. Wu Gui and the other demon race definitely couldn't stop him. Even if the Lesser Void Devourer intervened, it couldn't change the situation of the battle. Hearing Xiaoyang's praise, Holy Lord of the Dark Knight couldn't help but shake his head. He said, "Your methods are still better. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to take them down in a short time. Damn it, humans, I'm going to kill you." Wu Gui, who was fighting with a high-level sky fire in midair, couldn't help but roar when he saw the two powerful left and right envoys fall. Then he exploded with even more powerful fighting strength. Monstrous demon chi rolled, causing a huge commotion. But even so, under the attack of the high-level sky fire, he couldn't free himself to help. "Lesser Void Devourer, if you don't help now, when will you? Once I also fall, do you think you'll have a good ending?" Wu Gui roared again and again. Now that he couldn't free himself, he could only instigate the Lesser Void Devourer to take action. Xiaoyang laughed and shouted at the Lesser Void Devourer. "Lesser Void Devourer, I promise, as long as you don't become my opponent, I won't make things difficult for you. You can watch from the sidelines if you want to, and leave if you want to." The Lesser Void Devourer's eyes flashed. He said, "If I join forces with the high-level sky fire to defeat Wu Gui, will the divine sword belong to me?" He planned to cooperate with Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang had the upper hand and Xiaoyang wouldn't attack him. Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "I've already said that the immortal sword is very important to me. At the same time, the immortal sword is reluctant to leave me. I'm a sentimental person, so I refuse to cooperate. Of course, you can choose to cooperate with Wu Gui. I don't care. But if you do, you'll have to be prepared to be my enemy. You changed your conditions again." The Lesser Void Devourer was a little angry. Xiaoyang said matter-of-factly, "Of course, you didn't make a decision before. I turned the tide. I don't need your help." The Lesser Void Devourer hesitated again, unsure if he should attack. After thinking for a while, he shouted at Wu Gui, "Wu Gui, You didn't help me in the underground dungeon. Don't expect me to help you now. Xiaoyang, remove the last seal for me. I'll leave immediately. The lesser void devourer shouted at Xiaoyang again. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. He formed a seal with both hands and released an invisible ripple that swept across the lesser void devourer. The seal on the lesser void devourer was immediately removed. He returned to King Wu's rank 5 cultivation. Take care, I won't see you off. Xiaoyang shouted at the lesser void swallower after unlocking the seal. He looked pleased with himself. The lesser void devourer wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Xiaoyang chuckled and said, I respect you, void devourer, just like how you respect me. If we can maintain our mutual trust, we may have a chance to work together in the future. Plus, I don't mind you being my enemy. Saint Lord of the Dark Night suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyang, looking at the lesser void devourer calmly. If the lesser void devourer was going to attack, then Saint Lord of the Dark Night wouldn't stay idle. Chapter 1347. The lesser void devourer knew that there was no hope in this battle. Even if it joined forces with no return, there was no chance of winning. He didn't want to continue wasting his energy in a draw without any benefits, so he didn't want to do that. Okay, Xiaoyang, goodbye. The lesser void devourer shouted and immediately turned to leave. Its body seemed to have turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky and left the demon mountain. After seeing the lesser void devourer leave, the expression on No Return's face changed. Then, without any hesitation, he immediately left the demon mountain. Although he couldn't take down a high-grade heavenly flame of the same level, if he wanted to leave, he couldn't take down the high-grade heavenly flame either. No Return left very resolutely and decisively. He left ruthlessly and directly abandoned the many demons on the demon mountain. He was very clear that if he continued to stay, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. If the lesser void devourer was still around, it would be fine. At least it could keep them in check. Once the lesser void devourer left, No Return would definitely not be able to contend against the two magnates. Xiaoyang blinked and felt the little cultivation in his body. He couldn't help but roar at the demons. Your left and right envoys of the demon race have been killed. Your commander has also run away. Are you still going to foolishly court death here? Many of the devil race members panicked when they heard this. One by one, they quickly left the Devil Mountain. Holy Lord of the Dark Night knew that Xiaoyang was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He didn't care about killing the other demons that escaped and hurriedly came to Xiaoyang's side to help Xiaoyang kill some stubborn demons. After killing the demons that attacked Xiaoyang, Holy Lord of the Dark Night let Xiaoyang recuperate here. Then he immediately chased after the demons that were further away. Before the terrifying power of King Wu could erupt, many demons were killed in an instant. Fortunately, those demons fled in all directions. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated by Holy Lord of the Dark Night. Xiaoyang blinked and signaled to the high-grade heavenly flame to follow. Thus, the high-grade heavenly flame began to kill the demons in the opposite direction. In the face of his devastating flames, many devilish beings were also killed. The aftermath of the battle lasted for about 5 minutes. The Dark Night Holy Land and the high-level Skyfire returned to Xiaoyang's side one after another. Xiaoyang waved his hand and took back the heavenly flame. Then he looked at Saint Lord of Dark Night and said, "The first elder of Dark Night Holy Land, Fei, asked me to take you away from here. So, if you don't have anything else to do, let's return to Dark Night Holy Land together." Seeing Holy Lord Dark Night nod, Xiaoyang used the flight technique and slowly rose into the air. After Holy Lord Dark Night caught up, they flew towards the Dark Night Holy Land together. As for the Fiend Mountain, they had almost given up on it. This was because the devil chi on the mountain was unfavorable to the human race. Even if they managed to climb up, they would not be able to stay there for long. Instead, their strength would be constantly weakened. If the devil race were to descend upon the Devil Mountain again, the cultivators on the mountain would not be able to resist. Sacred Lord Dark Knight didn't feel that it was a pity to give up. If Xiaoyang hadn't given him a secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. This secret technique was very powerful and profound. It could actually transform devil qi into spirit qi. Otherwise, Sacred Lord Dark Knight wouldn't have been able to hold on. Regarding Xiaoyang's great kindness, he would remember it forever. After returning to the Dark Knight, Holy Land, many disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, were welcoming them in front of the big stone gate. First Elder Fei was also among them. The smile on his face never disappeared. He saw 2 rays of light flying over from afar. He took a few steps forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Sacred Lord, Taoist Xiao, congratulations on your triumphant return. You've worked hard during this period of time." Fei, Sacred Lord Dark Knight, sighed with emotion. "Everything is for the Dark Knight, Holy Land, and the Upper Realm. It's not hard for me. I'm already very happy to see Sacred Lord return safely. Let's go. Many disciples are still waiting." Fei Yi said with a smile. Sacred Lord Dark Knight nodded and walked at the front, greeting the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land. These disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land were also cheering loudly to welcome the return of the Sacred Lord. After thinking for a while, Sacred Lord Dark Knight explained everything to them. This made the disciples of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, understand that this mission was really not something they could accept. No wonder First Elder Fei would look for Xiaoyang. They were also apologetic to First Elder Fei for their recklessness and impulsiveness. Previously, they were clamoring to accept this mission and even stopped Xiaoyang from accepting this mission. Now that they knew the truth, they were extremely ashamed. Xiaoyang only cupped his hands at them, indicating that he didn't care. Then he bid farewell to First Elder Fei Yi and Sacred Lord Dark Knight. Sacred Lord Dark Knight and First Elder Fei Yi attached great importance to Xiaoyang. When they heard that Xiaoyang was going to leave, they immediately advised Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang could stay here for a few more days. Xiaoyang insisted on leaving, so Sacred Lord Dark Knight couldn't continue to persuade him. First Elder Fei also handed over the resources that Xiaoyang needed. Sacred Lord Dark Knight gave some additional resources to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and refused the additional resources from Sacred Lord of the Dark Knight, saying that he was just doing his job. Sacred Lord Dark Knight felt bad and insisted on persuading Xiaoyang to accept. After all, Sacred Lord Dark Knight had eaten many of Xiaoyang's precious pills and cultivated a secret technique. That secret technique allowed him to stay in a place with dense demonic qi, which was very rare. This was because human cultivators couldn't adapt to environments with dense demonic qi. With that secret technique, he could easily enter environments with dense demonic qi. This was simply a treasure that couldn't be bought with money. So he wanted to give some resources to Xiaoyang to reduce the guilt in his heart. After hearing his explanation, Xiaoyang accepted the resources. This way, Sacred Lord Dark Knight would feel better. Xiaoyang felt that there was no need to make him feel bad. After taking the resources, Sacred Lord Dark Knight asked if he could pass the secret technique to others. After all, this was a secret technique that Xiaoyang taught. Xiaoyang had the right to decide. Sacred Lord Dark Knight was only one of the inheritors. If he wanted to pass it to others, he naturally had to ask Xiaoyang's opinion. This meant that Xiaoyang was the most important. Although he gave some resources, these resources were far less valuable than the secret technique, so he couldn't buy the rights. Xiaoyang chuckled and explained to Holy Lord of the Dark Knight, "You can teach it to anyone you find suitable." Sacred Lord Dark Knight let out a sigh of relief and gratefully cupped his fists at Xiaoyang. He promised, "I'll pass it to someone reliable. Don't worry." After all, if he passed it to someone with bad intentions, then that person might do evil and end up in the arms of the demon realm. That wouldn't be worth it. Chapter 1348. Xiao Yang nodded and turned to leave. He hadn't seen them for a few days since he left with old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others. He didn't know how they were doing now. Perhaps they were carrying out a mission somewhere. After thinking about it, Xiao Yang flew toward the Ascension Mountain. After completing the mission and receiving a generous reward, he was in a good mood along the way. Xiao Yang also enjoyed the scenery along the way. When he passed by a place called the Jing Mountains, he saw a fierce battle below. It should be a battle between two families. The situation in the upper realm was similar to the middle realm and the lower realm. Because no cultivators from the middle realm had ascended for a long time, the upper realm had also given birth to local cultivators. Among the local cultivators, there were high and low cultivation levels. Xiao Yang blinked and slowly looked away. He was no longer interested in other people's fights. However, when Xiao Yang looked away, he saw a familiar symbol from the corner of his eye. The symbol was recorded on an identity token. Xiao Yang couldn't help but take another look. The symbol was very similar to the Xiao family's identity token. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. He looked at the token for a while and thought to himself, "It's impossible to meet someone from the Xiao family here." After all, no cultivator from the middle realm had ascended for hundreds of years. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, an ancestor of the Xiao family had ascended and lived in the upper realm. Now, they had countless generations of descendants. This was just Xiao Yang's rough guess. Therefore, he released his divine sense to check the situation below and listen to the quarrel and discussion between the two parties. A guy with a murderous look shouted, "Xiao Leitang, your Xiao family's ancestor has been in seclusion for hundreds of years and hasn't come out. He must have failed the tribulation. You small fries want to resist?" Xiao Dahai snorted coldly. "Our ancestor is still here. If your Dongfang family wants to die, then wait for the Xiao family's anger." "Xiao family? What a joke. What Xiao family? There are only a dozen of you. The Xiao family that used to be a great clan has already fallen. Other than the name of the Xiao family's progenitor protecting you, you are all useless. Even the Xiao family's progenitor is probably dead by now." Dongfang Yibai laughed coldly as the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Kill them all. Kill them all. Let's see if their Xiao family progenitor will come out. If he doesn't, then their Xiao family will be wiped out in the upper realm." Dongfang Yibai shouted fiercely. No one knew why he hated the Xiao family so much. The people of the Dongfang family charged forward ferociously, each of them displaying their terrifying martial skills. Xiao Dahai roared again and again, desperately resisting and resisting. Xiao family members fought and retreated at the same time. "Dongfang Yibai, do you really want to kill all of us? Our Xiao family has already given up our territory, our business, and many of our accumulated cultivation resources. Yet, you still want to talk about it?" The more Xiao Dahai thought about it, the angrier he got. His expression was ferocious as he roared fiercely. Dongfang Yibai sneered and said, "If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, you will only bring disaster to yourself. If you male cultivators are willing to destroy your own cultivation, and the female cultivators are willing to be Dongfang Yibai's maidservants, we will naturally give your Xiao family a way out. Dongfang bastard, don't even think about it. This is worse than killing them. At least we will have glory if we die in battle. If you humiliate us like this, we will not rest until we are dead." Xiao Dahai resisted even more fiercely, but his own cultivation was also rapidly depleting. Dongfang Yibai sneered and said, "Xiao Dahai, you are already at death's door. Do you think you have a choice?" "Huh." Xiao Yang, who was in midair, roughly understood the situation. Then he slowly descended and landed in front of everyone. When everyone saw Xiao Yang's arrival, they all had different attitudes. Xiao Dahai and the other members of the Xiao family thought that the Dongfang family had called for reinforcements. Their eyes were filled with despair, but their expressions were still firm. Even if they were to die, they would die in battle. Dongfang Yibai's people saw Xiaoyang, then looked at the expressions of Xiao Dahai and the others. He smiled and said, "Xiao Dahai, our reinforcements are here again. What can you use to resist them?" Then Dongfang Yibai walked up and bowed to Xiaoyang. He said, "Senior, were you invited by our Dongfang family? These people in front of us are the remaining members of the Xiao family. Please kill them." Xiaoyang blinked and looked at them calmly. He shook his head lightly. Dongfang Yibai was stunned. It seemed that he had mistaken them. However, he didn't panic at all. The powerful Fang family gave him a lot of confidence. He said calmly, "Senior, our Dongfang family is willing to hire you to kill these remaining members of the Xiao family. The price is negotiable." After Xiao Dahai and the other members of the Xiao family knew that Xiaoyang wasn't the reinforcements invited by the Dongfang family, they let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly shouted, "Senior, our Xiao family is also willing to pay the price for you to protect us from a distance." Dongfang Yibai sneered and said, sarcastically, "Xiao Dahai, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You have nothing left. What else can you take out?" Xiao Dahai gritted his teeth and took out a square seal from his storage ring. This seal was made from an unknown material. It was the work of the first ancestor of the Xiao family. It was the treasure of the upper-level Xiao family. It was an ancestral heirloom. If it wasn't for their lives, they definitely wouldn't hand over this treasure. A mid-grade heaven-level treasure. Good stuff. Xiaoyang could tell the grade and approximate power of this seal with a single glance. When Dongfang Yibai heard this evaluation, his eyes lit up. He was a little excited, and his eyes revealed greed. They had already obtained a lot of good stuff from the Xiao family. They thought that they had already extorted and exploited them. They didn't expect that Xiao Dahai would still be able to take out a mid-grade heaven-level treasure. "Senior, as long as you agree to escort us out of here, we'll immediately give you this treasure." Xiao Dahai hurriedly said. Dongfang Yibai hurriedly said, "Senior, I hope that you won't agree to this. This is a grudge between us and the Xiao family. Our Dongfang family can solve it ourselves. If Senior is willing to accept our recruitment, we're willing to pay a great price." Xiaoyang blinked and calmly asked, "What price can you pay?" Dongfang Yibai hurriedly explained, "Senior, as long as you don't do anything, we'll give you some resources." The underlying meaning was very clear. The price would definitely be lower than the value of this treasure. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "It seems that you won't be able to give me the resources I want." Dongfang Yibai stopped smiling. His expression returned to its cold state as he calmly looked at Xiaoyang. Chapter 1349. He threatened, "Senior, this mid-grade heaven-tier magic treasure must fall into the hands of our Dongfang clan. The lives of these people must also be handed over. If you insist on interfering in this matter, then you will have to bear the wrath of our Dongfang clan. Therefore, I hope that Senior can make a wise decision and cooperate with us. This way, you can obtain a lot of benefits without any risks." Xiaoyang was calm and composed. He looked at the other party with a faint smile and asked, "Is your Dongfang clan very big? Is it very powerful?" Dongfang Yibai was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself that the Dongfang clan was one of the giants of this generation and had a great reputation. Wasn't this person looking down on the Dongfang clan by asking such a question? This made Dongfang Yibai very unhappy. He could only reveal his dissatisfaction and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, the Dongfang clan is neither big nor small. As for whether it is powerful or not, it depends on whether anyone dares to touch the dignity of the Dongfang clan. Once someone dares to offend the dignity and bottom line of the Dongfang clan, then the Dongfang clan will not hold back and will attack." Just like this, Xiaoyang waved his hand and slapped Dongfang Yibai, turning him into minced meat. Dongfang Yibai was only a second-stage king, Wu cultivator. He was not a match for Xiaoyang at all. He could not even block a single move. Even until his death, he could not believe that Xiaoyang dared to attack him. Moreover, he used a killing move right from the start. The remaining cultivators of the Dongfang clan all had red eyes. They stared at Xiaoyang with faces full of hatred. They roared one after another. "Damn it, you actually killed our Dongfang clan's young master. Damn it, damn it." Everyone attacked together. "Kill this bastard and avenge our young master. Otherwise, the Dongfang clan will definitely not forgive us." The cultivators of the Dongfang clan roared and rushed forward. They displayed terrifying martial skills. Rays of martial skills bombarded Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. He directly summoned the Imperial Heaven Tower and let it protect him. Many of the martial skills of the Dongfang clan cultivators were blocked outside. They could not harm Xiaoyang at all. After that, Xiaoyang also displayed a powerful martial skill. It was the barbarian god's 7 steps. His body soared into the air, and each of his steps seemed to be very slow, but in fact, each step was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he completed 7 steps. The power of the 7th step was unparalleled. Following the stomp, all the cultivators of the Dongfang clan suffered a devastating blow. Not a single one of them was spared. Even Xiao Dahai and the others, who were standing far away, could clearly feel the destructive force of the explosion. Even they were pushed back by a pushing force, causing them to stagger back a few steps. One could imagine how powerful Xiaoyang's step was. In any case, Xiao Dahai and the other members of the Xiao family were all aghast. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Then they looked at Xiaoyang with fear, waiting for Xiaoyang's arrival. In the face of such power, they did not even dare to have the thought of running away. Moreover, Xiaoyang had killed Dongfang Bai and the others. This was a great help to them. Xiao Dahai looked at Xiaoyang respectfully. Xiaoyang calmly descended from the sky and landed in front of Xiao Dahai and the others. Junior Xiao Dahai greets Senior. Xiao Dahai hurriedly bowed. In the face of such a powerful being, even if the other party wanted to kill him, he could not hope to resist. The other members of the Xiao family also immediately bowed. They did not dare to slack off in front of Xiaoyang. They had all seen Xiaoyang's ferocity. They could not raise any thoughts of resistance in their hearts. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes, looked at Xiao Dahai and the others calmly, and asked, "You are all members of the Xiao family?" Xiao Dahai did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied, "That's right, Senior. We are all members of the Xiao family. The Xiao family has an old ancestor. It is said that he is the first-generation old ancestor. He has always been in seclusion and has never come out. People outside have said that the Xiao family's old ancestor had failed his tribulation and had fallen. Even Xiao Dahai had never seen the Xiao family's old ancestor. He only knew that the Xiao family had an old ancestor." Xiaoyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the identity token hanging on the other party's waist instantly flew to Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang carefully looked at this identity token, then took out his own identity token to compare. He realized that it was almost the same, with only a few variations. After all, it had been passed down for such a long time. It was normal for there to be some differences. Xiao Dahai also saw the identity token in Xiaoyang's hand. He was completely stunned and looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. At the same time, the other members of the Xiao family were also extremely shocked. They had 10,000 questions in their hearts, but they did not dare to ask. Xiaoyang said indifferently, "You don't have to be confused. I am also a member of the Xiao family. However, I ascended from the Middle Stream realm." Xiao Dahai and the others suddenly widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief, because no cultivator from the Middle Stream realm had ascended for over 100 years. However, Xiao Dahai also knew that Xiaoyang did not have to lie. He also knew that Xiaoyang must be telling the truth. He was a little excited. Xiao family's people. Then we are of the same clan. We no longer have the power to protect this ancestral seal. Giving it to you counts as a wish. Please accept it." Xiao Dahai and the others were also very excited. They calmly handed over the Xiao family's ancestral seal. Xiao Yang did not refuse and reached out to take the other party's seal. It was heavy in his hand and gave people a feeling. He could feel the patterns carved on the seal with his fingers. It was the image of a dragon and phoenix. After rubbing it for a while, Xiao Yang returned the seal to Xiao Dahai's hand and said calmly, "You guys can keep it for now." Xiao Dahai and the others were stunned for a moment. They did not understand the meaning of this action and looked at Xiao Yang in confusion. Xiao Yang explained, "We are all members of the Xiao family. It doesn't matter who has the seal. Is there only a few people like you in the Xiao family of the upper stream realm?" Xiao Dahai and the other members of the Xiao family were already very convinced by Xiao Yang. This was because Xiao Yang did not even accept the seal. This was at least a heaven-level magic treasure. To the Xiao family, it had a great significance. He hurriedly explained, "Big Brother Xiao, the upper stream realm Xiao family has always been disappointing. Only the Xiao family's ancestor has been holding up the facade. Other than the Xiao family's ancestor, we have been getting worse with each generation. Ever since the Xiao family's ancestor went into seclusion, we could not protect our huge foundation and kept losing it. The Dongfang family took the majority of the losses, but they were still not satisfied. Look, they are planning to kill us all. If not for Big Brother Zhao's appearance, I'm afraid all of us would have died here." Xiao Yang blinked and asked curiously, "Is the Xiao family's ancestor still alive?" Chapter 1350. Xiao Dahai pondered for a moment and said, "Big Brother Xiao, we don't know about this matter. The Xiao family's ancestors are more than 10 generations away from our generation. We only heard about it from the previous generation." Xiao Yang roughly understood the situation and asked, "Then what do you plan to do next?" Xiao Dahai smiled bitterly and said, "We don't have any other plans. Now that we're at the end of the road, we can only take one step at a time." Xiao Yang couldn't help but frown. He asked again if there were any other family members, such as women and children. After all, it was difficult to bring women and children away, and they were all cultivators. Only then did Xiao Dahai say that the women and children were all in the Xiao family city of the Xiao family mountain. However, the Xiao family mountain also had the Dongfang family and other families, so they didn't dare to go back and die. Listening to them, they had no choice but to give up on the old, women, and children of their family. They also clearly expressed that this was the intention of the old, women, and children of their family. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh when he saw that they had come to this point. Then he gave up the idea of going back to the Feishing mountain and decided to go to the Xiao family mountain to take a look. Xiao Yang asked Xiao Dahai and the others to bring him back to the Xiao family mountain. Xiao Dahai and the others were very hesitant because they had fought their way out of the Xiao family mountain with great difficulty. It could be said that it was very difficult. After all, there were many big families there. Xiao family members had to pay a heavy price to chase them down. Now that they heard Xiao Yang's request, their hesitation was also cleared. After pondering for a while, Xiao Dahai still didn't make a decision. After all, this wasn't his matter alone, but the matter of many Xiao family members. It was related to the future of the family. Xiao Dahai thought for a while and once again gathered the remaining Xiao family members and asked for their opinion. The conversation between him and Xiao Yang had also fallen into the ears of many members of the Xiao family. Naturally, they understood Xiao Yang's intentions. During the vote, a man and a woman from the Xiao family expressed their desire to leave this place and become the backup of the Xiao family. The other members of the Xiao family were willing to follow Xiao Yang back to the Xiao family mountain. It didn't matter even if they all died. With regards to Xiao Dahai's arrangement, Xiao Yang naturally praised him in secret, thinking that this method was very good. After Xiao Dahai had settled everything, He brought 10 clansmen to face Xiaoyang, indicating that they could leave this place and return to the Xiao family mountain. Small family members all had resolute and unswerving expressions on their faces. Every single one of them was determined to die. Xiaoyang looked at them appreciatively, feeling that they were very courageous. Then, under Xiao Dahai's guidance, they returned in the direction of the Xiao family mountain. Xiao family mountain was where the Xiao family's main sect was located in the upper realm. Unfortunately, it was jointly attacked by other families, causing the Xiao family to deteriorate day by day. That was why they had to leave today. There was no complete continent in the upper realm. They were all floating mountains, and the Xiao family's mountain was one of the mid-tier mountains among the many. The mountain was as big as the lower realm, so there were many cultivators and families occupying it. There were even small sections. Xiaoyang, Xiao Dahai, and the others flew at top speed. After half a day, they passed by Giant Spirit Town. This was because Giant Spirit Town was a place that they had to pass by. Xiaoyang glanced at them and knew that they were very tired. He suggested that they temporarily rest in Giant Spirit Town so that they wouldn't be too tired. Xiao Dahai and the others didn't have any objections and were willing to listen to Xiaoyang's suggestion. This was because they didn't return to the Xiao family mountain to transcend the tribulation, but to kill and take revenge. In order to protect the women, children, and elderly in the Xiao family city, they had to maintain sufficient physical strength and cultivation. After instructing the other clansmen to rest in their rooms, Xiao Dahai found Xiaoyang and told Xiaoyang that Giant Spirit Town was the Dongfang family's territory. Previously, they had killed Dongfang Yibai and the others. He was afraid that the Dongfang family wouldn't let this matter rest. In fact, even if they didn't kill Dongfang Yibai and the others, the Dongfang family definitely wouldn't let them off easily. Xiao Dahai also said that although Giant Spirit Town was the Dongfang family's territory, there was still a force called the Sun family. This Sun family was a subordinate force of the Dongfang family. Even if the Dongfang family didn't make a move, the Sun family would inevitably make a move. Xiaoyang naturally understood the reason behind it. It was nothing more than the Sun family expressing their attitude. They were already subordinate to the Dongfang family. When they saw the enemies of the Dongfang family, they naturally had to go up and kill them. Otherwise, how could the Dongfang family trust the Sun family's subordinates and loyalty? Xiaoyang naturally knew Xiao Dahai's worries. After comforting him with a few words, he told Xiao Dahai to rest. In such a big inn, there were originally a lot of people and guests, but slowly the guests began to leave. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to discover this trick. In less than 2 hours, Xiaoyang was the only one left in the inn. Xiaoyang also knew that the enemies should be coming. The noses of those guests were even more sensitive than dogs. They were the first to notice the smoke and left to avoid danger. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and slowly drank and ate. His leisurely appearance was calm and composed. It was as if he was already prepared to wait for the enemies to come in. Not long after, another group of guests slowly walked in. They landed on other tables. Xiaoyang visually estimated that this group of guests had a total of 50 to 60 people. These 50 to 60 guests had a very strong battle intent. Their eyes also revealed madness and pride. Obviously, they weren't real guests. They should be cultivators raised by the Sun family and the Dongfang family. Xiaoyang slowly put down the wine cup. A man in a green robe walked up and calmly landed in front of Xiaoyang. He also picked up Xiaoyang's wine pot and poured a cup of wine for himself. After the man in green robe drank a mouthful of wine, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm sun dishing from the Sun family. I haven't asked for your name." "Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang replied calmly. Sun dishing smiled slightly and said, "Good name. The name is like the person. You have a lot of personality. You're flamboyant but brave. Fellow cultivator Sun seems to know me very well. If I'm not wrong, today is the first time we meet." Xiaoyang smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful arc. Sun dishing said calmly, Although we just met today, your information is piled up in my study. Xiao Yang blinked and asked, So, are you here today as an enemy or a friend? Sun Dishing thought for a moment and said, I'm the current master of the Sun family. I've already shown my sincerity by coming here personally. If you can severely damage the Dongfang family, my Sun family only wants this giant spirit town. If you can't do it, then I can only fight with you. After all, my Sun family can't afford to offend the Dongfang family. Chapter 1351. I hope you can understand this matter. Sun Dishing took another sip of the wine. Xiao Yang drank a cup with him, looked at the other party calmly, and said with a chuckle, Fellow Taoist son has such courage. You should be able to do it. I want to know some information about the Dongfang family, such as top experts, powerful formations, and magic weapons. Sun Dishing thought for a moment and replied calmly, The most powerful person in the Dongfang family is old ancestor Dongfang. Currently, King Wu is in the 4th rank, and the rest are nothing. Xiao Yang roughly knew the situation and said, If the Dongfang family is really as you said, then the giant spirits town should belong to you. Sun Dishing was extremely excited, and his eyes revealed excitement. However, he still controlled his emotions and said, I've made a fool of myself. To be honest, this giant spirit town originally belonged to my Sun family. However, due to the strong invasion of the Dongfang family, my Sun family was forced to submit. If possible, my Sun family naturally hopes to regain our freedom and independence and no longer be controlled by others. Although you said you are confident, I'm not bad. I also want to test your cultivation. How about it? Sun Dishing asked Xiao Yang calmly, and the topic opened up a lot. Xiao Yang was also very clear that if he couldn't satisfy Sun Dishing this time, then the Sun family would become the Dongfang family's pawn and launch an attack on them. If Sun Dishing was satisfied with this test, then the Sun family would become a potential enemy of the Dongfang family and then help Xiao Yang and others. After all, Xiao Yang and others were now in the Sun family's territory. There must be people from the Dongfang family in this territory. Every move of the Sun family would fall into the eyes of the Dongfang family. For this reason, the Sun family's decision must be cautious. If they made a wrong move, they would lose the whole game. They couldn't afford to lose at all, because once they lost, the whole family would be destroyed. Their Sun family was no match for the Dongfang family at all, so they were temporarily attached to the Dongfang family and allowed the Dongfang family to invade the giant spirits town. Although they wanted to take a gamble and pin their hopes on Xiao Yang, they still had to see if Xiao Yang had the strength to do so. This kind of matter involved the family. They didn't dare to act recklessly. Xiao Yang naturally knew what Sun Dishing and the others were thinking. No matter who it was, they would not easily place their hopes on a piece of trash. He said indifferently, Patriarch Sun, how do you want to test it? Sun Dishing said, I know you killed Dongfang Ibai. Now, I want to see your cultivation realm. Xiao Yang smiled and said, My cultivation realm isn't that interesting. I'm only King Wu's 3rd order, similar to you. This answer made Sun Dishing frown, because Sun Dishing was not very satisfied with this answer. One must know that the Dongfang family also had a lot of King Wu's 3rd order powerhouses. In addition, the Dongfang family had a lot of supporters. The Dongfang family could hire other King Wu's 3rd order powerhouses to help. It was even possible to invite a King Wu's 4th order powerhouse. Sun Dishing smiled bitterly and said, Taoist Xiao, if you only rely on this, then I advise you not to go and die. In the same realm, they have more people than you. What's more, they have a King Wu's 4th order Dongfang old ancestor. Why do you want to die? Today, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave. If Xiao Yang and the others were allowed to leave, the Dongfang family would definitely hold the Sun family responsible, thinking that the Sun family had ulterior motives. But even so, Sun Dishing was not willing to become enemies with Xiao Yang. Their Sun family could only stay in a small town. That was because their overall strength was not strong enough. At present, only Sun Dishing had a third-order king, Wu's third-order cultivation. The other clansmen were very weak. If they really had to fight to the death with Xiaoyang, then the Sun family would only suffer heavy losses. At that time, the Dongfang family would despise them even more. They might even be driven out of the giant spirit town, just like Xiao Dahai and the others. It was not the first time that the Dongfang family did this kind of thing. Therefore, if he could choose, Sun Dishing hoped to preserve his strength. When Sun Dishing made this decision, an unfamiliar guest entered the inn. This unfamiliar guest was wearing a white robe, looking very rich and powerful. There was also a waist tag hanging from his waist, and the symbol on the waist tag had already explained his identity. This person was from the Dongfang family. He was currently in charge of all the affairs in the giant spirit town and was also responsible for supervising the Sun family's every move. When he learned of Sun Disheng's actions, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer and walked in aggressively, stopping beside Xiaoyang and Sun Disheng. He sneered, the corners of his mouth curling up as he said, contemptuously, "Patriarch's son, we have cooperated for many days and know each other very well. Your previous performance has been very good. Are you going to betray us today?" Dongfang Qingyang laughed and looked at Sun Disheng provocatively, saying, "Master Sun, I think you know the strength and bottom line of the Dongfang family. If you do this and let the enemy leave, the Dongfang family will not be happy." Sun Disheng's expression was very ugly, and he looked very embarrassed. Originally, the giant spirit town belonged to the Sun family. Sun Disheng could tolerate the Dong family's unreasonable interference and encroachment on their territory. Now that Dongfang Qingyang had openly threatened and ordered them to do so, Sun Disheng was extremely displeased. Although he was unhappy, he still did not have the confidence to go against the Dongfang family. Xiaoyang did not show enough strength, so Sun Disheng could not pin his hope on Xiaoyang. "Brother Qingyang, you are here? Please have a seat." Sun Disheng forced a smile on his face and invited him in a polite tone. Dongfang Qingyang showed disdain and snorted coldly. "The Dongfang family will not sit with our enemy." "Does the Sun family insist on staying with the enemy of the Dongfang family? Then you should be prepared for the Dongfang family's revenge. Unless you attack this person now and avenge Dongfang Yibai, you must eliminate the remaining members of the Xiao family upstairs. This is the giant spirit town, the territory of the Sun family. If you don't do this well, there is no need for you to submit to the Dongfang family." His words caused Sun Disheng's face to turn green and white. Although he had been controlled by others before, both sides had maintained restraint and treated each other with courtesy. It was the first time that they had directly fallen out with each other. The Dongfang family did not want to hide and pretend anymore. They directly bared their fangs and showed their ugly face of being domineering and overbearing. Even so, Sun Disheng could only endure it because he had no choice. Even if he did not think for himself, he had to think for the Sun family. "You are Dongfang Qingyang." Xiaoyang tilted his head and glanced at him. His face was calm and emotionless. Dongfang Qingyang glanced at Xiaoyang. Chapter 1352. He said disdainfully, "Xiaoyang, you're dead meat. Let me tell you, the Dongfang clan won't let you go. You'll be hunted down by more than a dozen clans." Dongfang Qingyang shouted arrogantly, his face full of hostility. Dongfang Qingyang was furious because Xiaoyang had interfered with the Xiao family's matter and caused the death of Dongfang Yibai and the other clansmen. However, he did not dare to attack Xiaoyang because he was no match for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled without any fear on his face. He looked at Dongfang Qingyang calmly and said, "I don't know if I'll die or not. What I know is that you'll die before me." Dongfang Qingyang's expression changed when he heard this. However, he forced himself to calm down when he remembered that Sun Disheng was still around. He knew that even if Sun Disheng would not attack Xiaoyang, Sun Disheng would still have to ensure his safety. Otherwise, the Dongfang clan would definitely pursue the matter against the Sun clan. Dongfang Qingyang could not help but laugh and said frivolously, Xiaoyang, you don't know whose territory this is. How dare you threaten me? You're courting death. Dongfang Qingyang threatened Sun Dishing again. Patriarch Sun, you only have one chance. If you don't capture this bastard, I'll definitely report this to the clan and teach you a lesson. Sun Dishing seemed to be in a difficult position. He looked embarrassed and hesitant. Xiaoyang said calmly, Patriarch Sun, there's no need to be in a difficult position. Although my cultivation realm is not high, I have something to give you. Take a look and make a decision. Sun Dishing looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. He saw Xiaoyang take out an elixir and hand it to him. Sun Dishing was even more conflicted. If Xiaoyang took this opportunity to harm him, he would be doomed. If he did not accept the elixir, he would definitely fall out with Xiaoyang. Just as he was hesitating, Dongfang Qingyang sneered and mocked. What kind of bullshit elixir is this? It's obvious that it's nothing good. If you want to harm Patriarch Sun, you have to get my permission first. Dongfang Qingyang reached out and tried to snatch the elixir pill from Xiaoyang's hand. His attack speed was very fast, but Xiaoyang's speed was even faster, and he retracted it in an instant. Xiaoyang explained softly, This is an explosion pill. After you take this pill, your cultivation will increase by 1 level, but the effect will only last for half an hour. Sun Dishing's and Dongfang Qingyang's eyes lit up. They were very tempted. If they had elixirs that could increase their cultivation, their battle prowess would definitely increase by several folds. At the very least, such a pill had not appeared in the upper realms so far, apart from those secret medicines that had side effects. However, the side effects of that secret medicine were too great, and the loss outweighed the gain, so very few people used it. Sun Dishing asked, Then, fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, are there any other side effects? Xiaoyang said, There aren't any side effects. Dongfang Qingyang tried to persuade him. Patriarch Sun, you should always be on guard against people. What if he's lying to you? You can't just believe anyone who casually takes out an elixir pill and says it's a divine elixir, right? Sun Dishing also had doubts about this. He asked, Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, this elixir is really precious. I've never seen it before. Do you have any evidence to prove the effects of this elixir? If it wasn't for the sake of the family, I would definitely trust you. I hope fellow Taoist Xiaoyang won't take it to heart. Xiaoyang naturally understood Sun Dishing's feelings. He nodded and handed him a jade slip from his storage ring. This jade slip recorded the effects of consuming the explosion pill. For example, when Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others had consumed the elixir, Xiaoyang had recorded their effects on the jade slip. Sun Dishing very respectfully took the jade slip from Xiaoyang's hand, and then looked at it seriously. He was very engrossed in it, and he was completely focused. In a short while, he finished reading it. Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I believe in you. I'm willing to give it a try. After reading it, Sun Dishing became very excited. He took the explosion pill from Xiaoyang's hand and immediately consumed it. Dongfang Qingyang was very worried. He frowned when he saw the change in Sun Dishing's attitude. He hurriedly advised, Patriarch Sun, I hope you'll think twice before you act. Otherwise, you'll fall into Xiaoyang's evil trap. However, Sun Dishing did not pay attention to him at all. After consuming the elixir, he could immediately feel the changes in his cultivation. He was directly promoted from King Wu 3rd level to King Wu 4th level. This made Sun Dishing very excited and happy. He had been yearning to reach this level for a long time. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. He did not expect to finally reach this level. Although this was under the effect of the medicinal pill and the effect only lasted for half an hour, it was enough to satisfy his craving. Xiaoyang was not surprised by Sun Dishing's change. On the contrary, Dongfang Qingyang was almost stunned. He did not expect such an elixir to exist in this world. In this way, he and the Dongfang clan would be in danger. Dongfang Qingyang knew that this was bad. He urged himself to send this information back to the clan as soon as possible. Therefore, he secretly retreated and wanted to take the opportunity to leave this place. There were a few death servants of the Dongfang clan at the entrance of the inn. As long as he left the inn, he would be safe. Dongfang Qingyang had walked in alone because he was too arrogant and thought that he could settle this matter by himself. He regretted it now. Before he could take a few steps away, he immediately heard Sun Dishing's voice. Sun Dishing said, "Taoist Xiaoyang, since you have proven your sincerity, it's time for me to prove mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Qingyang felt that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to unleash his cultivation and leave this place quickly. However, Sun Dishing was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Dongfang Qingyang. Then he unleashed the terrifying cultivation of King Wu Stage 4 and easily crushed Dongfang Qingyang. Dongfang Qingyang let out a scream and then struggled to roar. Sun Dishing, how dare you betray the Dongfang clan? You will suffer the wrath and revenge of the Dongfang clan. Even so, you won't be able to see it, Sun Dishing said indifferently. Then he exerted force in his hand. A majestic spiritual power erupted and killed Dongfang Qingyang in an instant. Many cultivators of the Sun clan stood up and looked at Sun Dishing calmly. Sun Dishing said indifferently, the Sun clan has been controlled by the Dongfang clan for a long time. This giant spirit town belongs to the Sun clan. Therefore, from this moment on, we will break away from the Dongfang clan's control. Go out and capture the death servants of the Dongfang clan outside. Yes, Patriarch. Many cultivators of the Sun clan heard the news and acted immediately. They filed out and took advantage of their numbers to easily capture the death servants of the Dongfang clan outside. Chapter 1353. There weren't many Eastern cultivators in the giant spirit town because they were only there to monitor the Sun family's actions. After the Sun family's cultivators dealt with the Dongfang family's cultivators, they immediately entered the inn and reported the situation to Sun Dishing. Sun Dishing heaved a sigh of relief and said to Xiaoyang, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, you heard it too. The Dongfang family's cultivators outside have been dealt with. Next, we are on the same side." Xiaoyang nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry, Patriarch Sunday. My next actions won't disappoint you." After resting for a night in the giant spirit town, Xiaoyang and the others continued on their journey towards the Xiao family mountain. On the way, Sun Dishing followed with many Sun family's cultivators. They had already decided to claim the right to independence, so they had to get the Dongfang family's permission or deal a heavy blow to the Dongfang family. After flying for half a day, they finally flew to a mountain. The mountain was extremely huge and floated in the air. Xiao Dahai was a little excited and passionate, but his eyes were filled with hostility. This was because their previous hometown was on this Xiao family mountain. Xiao Dahai said, "Big brother Xiao, the Xiao family city is full of people from the Dongfang family. I guess the women and children of the Xiao family should be under their supervision or captured by them. The Dongfang city is in the other direction, where the Dongfang family's headquarters is. Next, are we going to the Dongfang city or the Xiao family city?" Xiaoyang didn't think too much and made a decision. "Let's go to the Dongfang city and go straight to the root of the problem." Xiao Dahai and the others also showed a determined expression and followed firmly. Sun Dishing was also very satisfied with this decision because going to the Dongfang city was their goal. Whether it was compromise, negotiation, or betrayal, they needed to settle things with the Dongfang family. After walking for 4 hours, a city appeared in front of them. Xiao Dahai stepped forward and explained, "This is the Chen family city. The Chen family and the Dongfang family have always been on good terms. They are related by marriage and are considered in-laws. The Chen family is very likely to stand up for the Dongfang family. Back then, the Chen family was the second major force when they were trying to take over the small family in the big cities." Xiaoyang said, "Let's go straight to Dongfang city and bypass the city. There's no need to waste resources here. Of course, if the Chen family's people want to court death, then we'll grant them their wish." The group began to take a detour, intending to bypass the Qin family city and head straight for Dongfang City. Although Xiaoyang had no intention of provoking Qin Jiaqing had no intention of not causing trouble. They sent out many cultivators to intercept Xiaoyang and the others. The leader was a burly man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He walked forward slowly and said calmly, "I am the city lord of the Chen clan city. People call me City Lord Qin. I have been waiting for you all." "Oh, Patriarch's son, you're here too. Why aren't you staying in your giant spirit town? What are you doing here? Do you want to be a traitor?" City Lord Qin curled his lips and asked with a sneer. Sun Dishing said with a cold face, "The Dongfang family bullies the people and dominates the city. They are arrogant, overbearing, and lawless. They robbed my giant spirit town. If it were you, would you be a bootlicker?" "Oh, your Qin family has always been a bootlicker. You're licking the feet of the Dongfang family to protect yourselves." Sun Dishing sneered. City Lord Chen's face immediately turned cold. He stared at Sun Dishing and shouted, "Sun Dishing, leave now. I can give you a chance. If you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish." "City Lord Qin, you're helping the evildoer. Today, I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens." Not only was Sun Dishing not intimidated by the other party, but he also shouted unyieldingly. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at City Lord Qin. He said calmly, "City Lord Qin, I don't want to provoke you anymore. I even plan to take a detour. Why are you still following me like a mangy dog?" City Lord Qin snorted and stared at Xiaoyang with a cold face. He said, "Xiaoyang, you've killed many cultivators of the Dongfang family. For this matter, the Dongfang family will definitely not let you go. As the in-laws of the Dongfang family, I naturally have to avenge them." Xiao Dahai was furious. He immediately shouted at City Lord Qin, "City Lord Qin, you only saw Brother Xiao killing the people of the Dongfang family. But can't you see that the Dongfang family killed the people of the Xiao family? And how many people of my Xiao family have you killed? How are you going to settle this matter?" City Lord Qin did not refute. He used a universal law and snorted, "The cultivation world is the survival of the fittest. It's the same everywhere. If you have the ability, then bring it on." Xiaoyang blinked and said, "If that's the case, then I'd like to see what you're capable of." As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyang immediately erupted with a terrifying cultivation power and launched a fierce attack at City Lord Qin. City Lord Qin was not afraid at all. He snorted and also released a powerful aura. He displayed a powerful martial skill and fought with Xiaoyang, condensing a bright light. Xiaoyang was an invincible existence in the same realm. Even if he only had the cultivation of King Wu's 3rd stage, he could display the power of King Wu's 4th stage. Facing City Lord Qin, an enemy of the same realm, he took less than 10 breaths of time. This was because many of Xiaoyang's martial skills were incomparably powerful and strange. For example, the soul refining art, barbarian gods, 7 steps, thousand poisonous hands, etc. This was the simultaneous display of strength and poison. Few opponents could compare to it. City Lord Qin was not Xiaoyang's opponent at all. He was suppressed by Xiaoyang in all aspects. After holding on for 10 breaths of time, he was immediately sent flying by Xiaoyang's punch. He flew hundreds of feet away and smashed into the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Xiaoyang blinked, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. He immediately displayed his movement technique and quickly followed. When he flew into the air, he was immediately blocked by many Qin family members. These Qin family members were all from the Qin family's big city. Many of them were hired by the Qin family. In short, they were all on City Lord Chen's side. At this moment, they were intercepting and attacking Xiaoyang. "You think we have no one?" Xiao Dahai roared. After seeing many Chen family members take action, he immediately called for 10 Xiao family cultivators to attack. At the same time, Sun Dishing also called for the Sun family to attack. Thus, the group battle began. Xiao Yang did not participate in the group battle. He went all the way in the direction of City Lord Qin. Along the way, there were people from the Chun family who came to block him. He exploded with the power of his physical body and blasted them into a cloud of blood mist. He easily got rid of 2 people who blocked his way. Chapter 1354. Without a hindrance, Xiao Yang appeared beside City Lord Qin in a flash. His figure was like a ghost as he instantly circled behind City Lord Qin. City Lord Chun wanted to take advantage of the Chun family's delay to escape, but as soon as he took a step, he found that there was an extra hand on his shoulder. That hand seemed to possess boundless strength, directly pressing him down. City Lord Qin, you just said something about the strong preying on the weak. I think it's very reasonable. Now, I want to discuss it with you and let you have a taste of the strong preying on the weak. What do you think? Xiao Yang looked at City Lord Qin teasingly with contempt in his eyes. This frightened City Lord Qin. His face was pale and bloodless. He hurriedly said, Your Excellency, I know you're very capable. I'm convinced. I won't stop you. Please go ahead. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, If we weren't strong enough, you could stop us. Now that we're very strong, you can't stop us even if you want to. So, it's not up to you whether you want to invite us or not. It's up to us. Since you appeared here to block our way, you should have thought about the price of failure, right? Xiao Yang looked at City Lord Chun with a smile that was not a smile. City Lord Chun immediately said, I don't know what your requirements and conditions are. Don't worry, I'll do my best. I want you to give up this city. I don't know if you can do it. Xiao Yang had a playful look on his face. What? City Lord Chen's face changed when he heard this condition. If it was other conditions, City Lord Chen might be able to do it, but the price was a city. This was too expensive, and City Lord Chen could not afford to lose it. City Lord Chen could not help but frown. He was very worried and tangled on how to deal with Xiao Yang. At the same time, he was thinking about how to escape. He hoped to protect himself, and also hoped to protect his property and wealth. In any case, he was not willing to lose any value. However, it was obvious that this ideal was very unrealistic. It was basically impossible to achieve. After pondering for a while, City Lord Chen said awkwardly, Your Excellency, can you mention other conditions? I might be able to agree to it. After all, the price was too high. It was so high that even he could not bear it. Therefore, it would be good if he could change to another one. However, Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head, obviously not agreeing to the other party's bargaining. Is there really no room for negotiation at all? City Lord Chen squeezed out a smile, which was uglier than crying. There is, Xiao Yang said calmly. City Lord Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was still room for discussion, that was good. Then, if you die, I will directly take over Qinjiaqing. Xiao Yang was toying with him. City Lord Chen pulled a long face, feeling very uncomfortable. In the end, he could only compromise and say, Then I'll give you this city. However, my Chun clan has lived in the city for many years, and our roots are very deep. Even if you want us to leave, you have to give us some time, right? Xiao Yang chuckled and said, Of course. But how are you going to make me believe you? If I let you go like this, and you go back to prepare for war, then it will be very troublesome. Don't talk to me about your reputation. I don't believe in verbal promises. I want your actions. So do you understand? City Lord Chen's face almost fell, and his face was extremely ugly. Of course, he knew Xiao Yang's meaning, but he felt uncomfortable and didn't want to accept this kind of sacrifice. But what right did he have to refuse? His life and death were in Xiao Yang's hands, and he was at the mercy of Xiao Yang. Needless to say, it was very difficult. I understand, Your Excellency. City Lord Qin was almost crying when he spoke, and then reluctantly took out a drop of soul blood and handed it to Xiao Yang. After Xiao Yang accepted the other party's soul blood, he let the other party go. City Lord Qin, I hope you will do as you say. Otherwise, if I see you are still inside, I will crush your soul blood. At that time, you will be responsible for all the consequences. Xiaoyang said, and then released the other party. City Lord Qin didn't dare to refute or doubt and hurriedly nodded. Then he called out to the many Qin family members and said, "Stop fighting, let's retreat." In the group battlefield, the Qin family had the upper hand. After all, they had more people and their overall strength was high. This was because they were all from the Qin family city, unlike Sun Dishing, who came from the remote giant spirit town. They were also not like Xiao Dahai and the others who were chased out of the small family city. But it didn't matter. Anyway, City Lord Qin had already lost to Xiaoyang. Those Chen family cultivators could only listen to his orders. Let's go. City Lord Qin saw that many Qin family members had left the battlefield and called out to them. Then he led them away and returned to the Chen family city. Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing looked at Xiaoyang in confusion and asked why he let City Lord Qin go. It was because City Lord Qin was the in-law of the Dongfang family. If the Chen family came to help when they attacked the Dongfang family, the situation would be even more difficult. Xiaoyang explained, "Patriarch's son, you have the giant spirit town. Coincidentally, I don't have a place to stay. I happen to fancy this small family city, so I let them leave." Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing didn't have any objections and nodded in understanding. They couldn't let Xiaoyang work for nothing. After Xiaoyang and the others left the Chen family city, they soon encountered another force that intercepted them. It was the vanguard of the Dongfang family, as well as other family members and mercenaries who were recruited. The Dongfang family already knew about the situation ahead. They also knew that Dongfang Yibai and Dongfang Qingyang had fallen in the hands of Xiaoyang. At this moment, the Dongfang family was actively preparing for war. Their plan was to use the Dongfang city as the main battlefield to welcome the attack of Xiaoyang and the others. However, they weren't always ready for war. They needed some time to mobilize and prepare. Therefore, they sent some cannon fodder to the front line, intending to obstruct Xiaoyang and the others so that they could buy some time for the rear. Although they were cannon fodder, their overall strength couldn't be underestimated. There were 3 third-stage Kingwu that came. One of them was from the Dongfang family, and the other 2 were affiliated forces of the Dongfang family. As for the remaining cultivators, there were dozens of them. At least, they seemed to be a force that couldn't be underestimated. "I'm Dongfang Nanlin, Your Excellency Xiaoyang. If you stop here and sincerely apologize to us, the Dongfang family is willing to forgive your mistakes. What do you think?" Dongfang Nanlin was at the front of the team. He saw Xiaoyang from afar. After standing up, he saluted Xiaoyang and the others, and then shouted loudly. Xiaoyang said, "Dongfang Nanlin, don't say anything. Let's fight first. Let's talk with our strength." Chapter 1355. Okay. Dongfang Nanlin was also a decisive person. He called out to 2 of his companions who were at the same level as him, and they immediately surrounded Xiaoyang. As for the other cultivators, they didn't make a move. Xiao Dahai, Sun Dishing, and the others were anxious. If Xiaoyang was defeated, then their attack this time would come to an end. Next, they would have to bear the anger of the Dongfang clan. Xiaoyang chuckled and comforted them with a few words. Then he calmly flew up into the air and began to fight with the eastern southern forests experts of the same realm. Sun Dishing comforted Xiao Dahai. "Don't worry, Xiaoyang will definitely win. He still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet." Xiao Dahai nodded, indicating that he heard it. However, he was still nervous because this was related to the survival of the Xiao family. Xiaoyang didn't panic at all when facing the attacks of the 3 cultivators of the Dongfang clan. His movements were as if he was taking a stroll, elegant and calm. He twisted and turned, dodging the attacks of the other party. At this moment, Xiaoyang's battle prowess was fully displayed, and everyone was stunned by it. After all, this was a battle strength comparable to King Wu's 4th step. Dongfang Nanlin, is this all you have? If this is all, then I think the battle should be over. Xiao Yang chuckled. From the start of the battle until now, he didn't counterattack. He only blocked and dodged. Plus, he had the Imperial Heaven Tower, which could attack and defend at the same time. Plus, he had a powerful physical body. Very few people could hurt him. Sir Xiaoyang, your strength is only SOSO. Although we can't defeat you, it's enough to delay you. Dongfang Nanlin was also very calm. After all, his mission this time wasn't important. He only needed to delay Xiaoyang and the others. There was no need to fight to the death, and there was no need to capture Xiaoyang and the others. Once the Dongfang family at the rear had completed their preparations, even if Xiaoyang and the rest arrived, they could only sigh in despair. My ability, I'll show you what's next. Xiaoyang chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately cast a powerful spiritual attack spell. It was the soul-refining art. A vast and majestic divine sense suddenly burst out and swept out in an instant. It directly swept out in all directions and hit the sea of consciousness of the Southern Forest sect and the others, catching them off guard. This caused them to cry out in pain. Their minds were temporarily dizzy and blank, and their bodies stiffened. Immediately after, Xiaoyang used the thousand poisonous hands, condensing thousands of palm prints and directly bombarding their bodies. Dongfang Nanlin and the others were sent flying. Each of them was sent flying more than 100 zhang away before crashing into the ground. The ground trembled and dust rose into the air. Xiaoyang used his movement technique and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and wanted to give them a heavy blow. However, just as Xiaoyang was about to make his move, the Dongfang clan cultivators who were watching on the sidelines suddenly attacked Xiaoyang. Once the attacks of these dozens of people hit Xiaoyang, even if they couldn't kill Xiaoyang, it was enough to severely injure Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't dare to take their attacks head-on in case he was injured. He blinked his eyes and immediately used his movement technique to quickly dodge the attacks. The moment he left, rays of tyrannical martial skill, light, swept across the place where Xiaoyang was originally standing, directly distorting the void. Xiao Dahai, Sun Dishing, and the others saw the Dongfang clan cultivators shamelessly attacking and were instantly enraged. They all released a terrifying battle intent and aura, wanting to rush up and kill. Instead, Xiaoyang shouted at them and said, "Hey, Dahai, Master Sun, don't be nervous. They can't do anything to me. Don't worry." Then, Xiaoyang used the greater teleportation technique and directly teleported the 3 opponents who were sent flying in front of him. Dongfang Nanlin's 3 powerhouses at the same level were shocked when they saw Xiaoyang's strange divine ability magic. Their faces were filled with fear. Xiaoyang chuckled and didn't put them in his eyes at all. Then he stretched out his hand and easily grabbed their necks. This was a palm condensed from his cultivation. When controlling them, he only needed a thought to do it. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at them playfully. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Dongfang Nanlin, didn't you just say that my strength wasn't that great? How do you feel now?" Dongfang Nanlin wanted to speak, but his neck was tightly gripped by Xiaoyang. Even breathing was difficult, and his face was flushed. At this time, how could he answer Xiaoyang? He could only struggle and try to break free from Xiaoyang's control. However, his struggle was futile. Xiaoyang could easily defeat the 3 of them. Now that he had them in his hands, how could he let them go so easily? "Oh, I forgot. You are now my defeated opponent. You don't even need me to give you the right to speak." Xiaoyang chuckled and loosened his grip a bit. Dongfang Nanlin was able to breathe. He hurriedly took deep breaths and then looked at Xiaoyang with fear. "Sir Xiaoyang, I have to say that your strength is very strong. I underestimated you just now. But do you think that you can provoke the Dongfang clan like this? Our Dongfang clan has the Dongfang ancestor. To be honest, you are not his opponent. So, I advise you to turn back from the wrong path." Xiaoyang didn't care and said, "I just want to go from here to the Dongfang clan city." Do you want to stop me or die? We won't stop you. We won't stop you. Go ahead, we want to live. Before Dongfang Nanlin could say anything, the other two opponents of the same level spoke first. Xiaoyang said, "You have made a wise decision. However, to ensure that you won't drag me down, you should hand over your soul blood. If you want me to make a move, I don't know how to control my strength." Other than Dongfang Nanlin, the other opponents handed over their soul blood without hesitation. In any case, they were either controlled by Xiaoyang or the Dongfang clan. It was the same. Xiaoyang blinked and said, "Very good. You two can go. As long as you don't participate in this battle, everything will be fine. Of course, if you want to take back your soul blood, then it will depend on our cooperation. We still have a chance to take back our soul blood." This made the two guys very happy. They thought that after handing over their soul blood, they would be controlled by others, and it would be impossible to take back their soul blood. They could only work for Xiaoyang. They didn't expect that there would be a chance to take back their soul blood. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I, Xiaoyang, am not a bloodthirsty person. Don't worry. However, the cooperation will have to wait until this matter is over. I think you don't mind waiting for a while." Chapter 1356. I don't mind, I don't mind. The two of them hurriedly walked away. As for the cultivators they brought, they also left one after another. Following their departure, there weren't many cultivators left in the Dongfang family. Dongfang Nanlin, do you want to show your backbone, or do you want to be temporarily controlled by me and then be released after your ancestor defeats me? Xiaoyang asked calmly. Dongfang Nanlin frowned and fell into a dilemma. If he was controlled by Xiaoyang, then he would lose his dignity. If he wasn't controlled by Xiaoyang, then he would have to die to prove his Tao. Let go of our young master, Nanlin. The cultivators of the Dongfang family shouted at Xiaoyang. They were worried and wanted to save him, but they were powerless. Xiaoyang said, "Of course I will let go of your young master, Nanlin. However, whether he is alive or dead depends on your young master Nanlin's choice." The cultivators of the Dongfang family naturally knew what Xiaoyang meant, that he didn't trust them. They could only persuade Dongfang Nanlin. "Young master, compromise first. It won't be too late to punish him after the ancestor takes care of him. Don't be rash, don't be reckless." Dongfang Nanlin only felt humiliated. After all, he came from a big family. Now that he was controlled by someone, this would be a stain in his life. In the future, he wouldn't be qualified to inherit the position of patriarch of the Dongfang family. Young master, as long as there is life, there is hope. Compromise first. The cultivators of the Dongfang family shouted one after another. Although it was humiliating to be controlled by someone else, it was better than losing one's life. As long as one was alive, anything was possible. If one was dead, then there would be nothing left. "Okay, I compromise." Dongfang Nanlin hesitated for a long time and finally made a difficult decision. As his words fell, he reluctantly stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at his forehead. He took out the soul blood and gave it to Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang accepted it, he said, "Congratulations, you don't have to die anymore. You can witness the scene of me fighting the Dongfang ancestor." After letting go of Dongfang Nanlin tactfully did not continue to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. With a wave of his hand, he left with his entourage. "That's right, Dongfang Nanlin. Your followers shouldn't return to the Dongfang clan for now, lest they cause trouble for me. If you can't do it, let's continue the war." Xiaoyang shouted towards Dongfang Nanlin and the others. Many cultivators from the Dongfang clan angrily glared at Xiaoyang, but they didn't say anything. This was the decision of the Dongfang Southern Forest, and they were only following orders. Xiaoyang chuckled when he saw how unwilling they were. "The soul blood of your Southern Forest's young master is in my hands. If you don't listen to me, you will cause the death of Dongfang Southern Forest. When that happens, don't say that I'm vicious." This immediately subdued those restless opponents. Dahai, Patriarch's son, let's continue forward. Xiaoyang no longer cared about Dongfang Nanlin's group. After shouting at the two of them, the group continued forward. After another 6 hours of walking, they finally arrived at their destination. What appeared in front of them was a large city, and the words Oriental City were written on the city gate. There were already 200 cultivators waiting in front of the gate. Their formation was a bit strange, as if it was some kind of formation. In addition, there were many cultivators from the Dongfang city on top of the city. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to be fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Xiaoyang blinked and looked playfully at the cultivators of Dongfang City. He smiled and said, "This Dongfang clan really thinks highly of us to have set up such a grand formation." Although Xiaoyang said that this formation was grand, in fact, Xiaoyang didn't put in his eyes at all. This was because Xiaoyang had a high-grade, heavenly flame in his hand. It was a powerful existence comparable to King Wu's fifth-order heavenly flame. As long as he used it, these cultivators in front of him would be burned to ashes. The reason why Xiaoyang didn't use a high-grade heavenly flame along the way was that he wanted to keep a trump card so that the other party wouldn't know his background. Compared to Xiaoyang's relaxed and calm demeanor, Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing had a lot on their minds. Their expressions were solemn as they felt an enormous pressure from the Dongfang family's formation. Sun Dishing said, "Daoist Xiaoyang, do you have any plans for the next step?" Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for a plan for these useless people. We can just directly push through. This isn't appropriate. Our numbers and overall strength are not as good as the other party. What's more, the other party is well prepared. I'm afraid it won't be easy to fight. Maybe we have to die here. It's better to be cautious." Sun Dishing said tactfully, although he knew that Xiaoyang had an explosive pill that could raise the cultivation realm by 1 level. This explosive pill had a time limit. It was only half an hour. Looking at the dozens of people on his side, there were only 3 who had reached the level of King Wu's third-order level. They were Xiaoyang, Xiao Dahai, and Sun Dishing. Even if they took the explosive pill and raised their cultivation to the level of King Wu's fourth-order level, there were only 3 powerhouses. The Dongfang clan had set up a formation and found many powerhouses. It was really difficult to deal with them. Looking at the other party's lineup, there were 20 to 30 third-order King Wu's third-order level. Old Ancestor Dongfang, a powerful figure, was sitting on the city wall, releasing the terrifying aura of King Wu's fourth-order level. It gave people a sense of suppression at all times. "Xiaoyang, I know you. You've killed many members of my Dongfang clan, defeated City Lord Chen, and defeated Dongfang Nanlin. I have to say that you're very capable and strong. Even this old ancestor was forced to come and greet you personally. You're really honored." The white-haired old ancestor, Dongfang, said calmly. When he spoke, a faint aura was released, deterring everyone. Xiaoyang said faintly, "Old ancestor Dongfang, do you have anything else to say? If not, then let's fight. I don't want to waste time here." "Young man, you're very confident. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Just look at my lineup. It's not something you can break. Don't fall here. This old ancestor admires you. If you're willing to join my Dongfang clan won't treat you badly." Old ancestor Dongfang squinted his eyes, and his sharp gaze fell on Xiaoyang, observing the subtle changes of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang curled his lips, expressing his disdain for the other party's recruitment. He said with contempt, "Old ancestor Dongfang, you've bullied the Xiao family too much. Even the bystanders can't stand it anymore. Moreover, I'm a member of the Xiao family. I can't tolerate your chaos." Chapter 1357. You're from the Xiao family? Old ancestor Dongfang was surprised as he looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. If he remembered correctly, he had never seen Xiaoyang before. For someone as powerful as Xiaoyang, he had already used all sorts of methods to get rid of him. "I've never seen you before." Old ancestor Dongfang asked seriously. He had indeed never seen Xiaoyang before. It was impossible for a youth with great potential, like Xiaoyang, not to enter his sight. That meant that Xiaoyang should not be from the Xiao family. Xiaoyang did not intend to hide it from the other party, and said calmly, "It's normal that you haven't seen me before, because I ascended from the middle realm. It should have been about a month ago." "What? You actually ascended?" This caused everyone to be astonished. Even Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing looked at Xiaoyang in surprise, because everyone knew that no cultivator from the middle realm had ascended for a long time. Now that they saw Xiaoyang, they could not help but be shocked. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "That's right, I did ascend. There were a few others who came up with me. In the future, you might have the chance to meet them." Xiao Dahai was extremely excited and said, "No wonder. I was wondering why Big Brother Xiao was so good to us and even took care of us. Moreover, we have the same surname, but I've never seen Big Brother Xiao. So you ascended from the middle realm." Sun Dishing respected Xiaoyang even more. He was able to fight against a third-level King Wu as soon as he ascended. This was definitely a ruthless person, because according to their ancestors, as long as one was at the level of King Wu, one could ascend. It was rare to see someone like Xiaoyang who was at the third level of King Wu as soon as he ascended. He must have many secrets and other methods. Sun Dishing felt that he had made the right bet. Recently, he had heard of a new group called the Northern Lights. This group was quite famous, and if he guessed correctly, Xiaoyang should be a member of it. The more Sun Dishing thought about it, the more excited he became. He said, "Dahai, I really envy you guys because fellow Taoist Xiaoyang isn't simple. Maybe you don't know his situation, but I've heard a lot about them, especially their Northern Lights group. They're quite famous." "Really? I'm willing to listen. Tell me quickly," Xiao Dahai hurriedly urged. He was also very excited and very curious. Sun Dishing, on the other hand, told him in detail. As for the pressure he felt from the Dongfang ancestor, it had all disappeared. The Dongfang ancestor calmly looked at Xiaoyang and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, I won't doubt what you said. What I don't understand is that if someone at the level of King Wu can ascend, why are you a powerful existence at the third level of King Wu the moment you ascended?" Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and patiently explained, "Because the reason why the middle-level cultivators are unable to ascend is because the demon domain did something and sealed the ascension passage. I broke the seal of the ascension passage and killed the demon clan guarding the seal. Only then was I able to ascend." The Dongfang ancestor nodded and sighed. "So that's how it is. I finally understand. Then, Xiaoyang, I respect your group of cultivators who fought against the demon clan very much. However, today's battle is unavoidable. If I'm not wrong, your cultivation is not stronger than mine, so you can't be my opponent. As for your companions, they are also not a match for my Dongfang city cultivators. So you still have to fight." The Dongfang ancestor frowned and asked softly, "After all, the demon clan was their number one enemy. In front of their number one enemy, they should help each other. As for the internal strife, there was room for discussion." Xiaoyang said, "Dongfang ancestor, after hearing what you said, my killing intent has lessened a lot. To be honest, you people don't even dare to fill the gaps between my teeth." He was calm and confident, as if he had a card up his sleeve. The Dongfang ancestor frowned again and said softly, "Xiaoyang, if you can show me your strength and ability, then I can admit defeat. However, if you think you can persuade me with words, then you are wrong. So, I hope you can understand." Xiaoyang said, "I understand, so I won't make things difficult for you." Therefore, Xiaoyang took out the high-level heavenly fire and placed it on his palm. The flame aura released immediately frightened the Dongfang ancestor, causing his face to turn pale with fear. This was a high-level heavenly fire, a powerful existence comparable to King Wu's level 5. 2 months ago, the upper realm also sent a notice that any powerhouse above King Wu's level 3 was qualified to go to the outer realm's Cangming Peak to search for heavenly fire. At that time, the Dongfang ancestor also received the news, but he did not participate in that activity. However, he heard from his friends that the battle for the heavenly fire was very fierce, and in the end, the high-level heavenly fire fell into the hands of a middle realm powerhouse. He did not expect Xiaoyang to be able to take out a high-level heavenly fire. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that Xiaoyang was the one who obtained the high-level heavenly fire? If that was the case, then there was no way he could fight against Xiaoyang, because Xiaoyang's strength was beyond his imagination. At the very least, Xiaoyang had the courage to go to the Songming Peak and take away the high-level heavenly fire in front of so many powerhouses. At the very least, the Dongfang ancestor did not think that he had the courage and ability to do so. He looked at Xiaoyang in shock and asked loudly, "Taoist Xiaoyang, could it be that you obtained this high-level heavenly fire from the outer realms Songming Peak?" Xiaoyang calmly said, "That's right, Dongfang ancestor. At least you have some knowledge. You also know about this matter." The Dongfang ancestor was immediately convinced. From the moment Xiaoyang took out the high-level heavenly fire, the Dongfang ancestor knew that he had lost. No matter how strong his lineup was, no matter how many powerhouses he invited, they were not enough to withstand the high-level heavenly fire's flames. This was the terror of a high-level heavenly fire, an existence comparable to King Wu's level 5. Until now, their Dongfang city had never had a King Wu's level 5 powerhouse, so it was impossible for them to resist Xiaoyang and the high-level heavenly fire's attacks. It was better to be tactful and take the initiative to compromise. At least this way he could still cup his fists. After the Dongfang ancestor recovered from his shock, he immediately flew out of the city and landed in front of Xiaoyang in a very humble manner. He said to Xiaoyang, "Taoist Xiaoyang, I have offended you before. Please forgive me." Xiaoyang calmly looked at the Dongfang ancestor, who was bowing and apologizing. He smiled and said, well said, well said." Xiao Dahai, Sun Dishing, and the others were already stunned. They could not believe it. They never thought that Xiaoyang would be able to make the Dongfang ancestor submit with just a ball of fire. This was something that they never thought would happen. They thought that they would have to fight a bitter battle here. At the very least, they would have to fight to the point where both sides would be injured or perish together. Chapter 1358. However, just like that, old ancestor Dongfang lowered his head and compromised. It was simply too inconceivable. Their gazes landed on the ball of flame on Xiaoyang's palm, and they could feel the warmth from the flame. However, they couldn't see how terrifying the flame was. It was just like an ordinary flame. If it was an ordinary flame, great ancestor Dongfang wouldn't have surrendered. There was only one reason. It was a high-grade heavenly flame. They couldn't feel the pressure and aura of the high-grade heavenly flame because Xiaoyang wasn't targeting them. "Great ancestor, why are you afraid of Xiaoyang? We can deal with him." "Yes, great ancestor, come back. I can deal with his flame. I happen to have a treasure of ice water that can restrain his flame." When the cultivators of the Dongfang family saw old ancestor Dongfang lowering his head and bending his waist, they all became indignant. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. "Great ancestor Dongfang, what do you mean? You spent a lot of money to invite us here, but now you're wagging your tail and begging Xiaoyang. You're embarrassing us. You're slapping us in the face. If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let this go." It wasn't just the cultivators of the Dongfang family who were indignant. Even the cultivators invited by great ancestor Dongfang were dissatisfied. Great ancestor Dongfang turned around and explained to them, "This is a high-grade heavenly flame. It's comparable to King Wu's 5th level heavenly flame. If you think you're strong, you can come and try it. I don't have the guts anyway." Once this was said, all of the cultivators who were shouting immediately became obedient. They didn't dare to continue shouting. King Wu was a 5th level cultivator. That was close to the top of the upper level cultivators. It was their lifelong dream. Great ancestor Dongfang apologized to Xiaoyang. "Senior Xiaoyang, they're all ignorant children. I hope you won't hold it against them." Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not one to kill innocent people. Otherwise, I would have released my high-grade heavenly flame long ago. Just your shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not my match at all. Thank you, Senior Xiaoyang, for your magnanimity. This old man can't thank you enough. No matter what Senior wants, this old man will do his best to satisfy you." Old Ancestor Dongfang's attitude was very humble. He believed that he was one level lower than Xiaoyang. Seeing his humble attitude, Xiaoyang didn't pursue the matter any further. He said, "Your Dongfang family has bullied and humiliated the Xiao family for many years. Don't you think it's reasonable to make up for it?" Old Ancestor Dongfang said, "That makes sense. Senior, don't worry. My Dongfang family will definitely satisfy the Xiao family." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "Xiao family's big city belongs to the Xiao family. It's not too much for your Dongfang family to withdraw, right? It's not too much at all. It should be like this. From now on, our Dongfang family will no longer touch the Xiao family's big city. Moreover, we will immediately release all the captives of the Xiao family." Old Ancestor Dongfang immediately made a promise. Xiaoyang looked at Sun Dishing again and said calmly, "That giant spirit town belongs to the Sun family. What does your Dongfang family think?" Old Ancestor Dongfang said, "It should be so. My Dongfang family is being unreasonable. Since that's the case, you can go back to your Dongfang city. As long as you don't provoke the Xiao family and secretly suppress the Sun family, this matter will be considered over." Xiaoyang said indifferently. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Remember to fulfill the promise you made just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control my hands from trembling." "Senior, don't worry. I will do what I say." Old Ancestor Dongfang patted his chest and promised. Actually, Old Ancestor Dongfang's biggest wish was to protect Dongfang City. He could agree to Xiaoyang's other conditions without any restrictions. He was even prepared to lose Dongfang City. There was no other way. The terror of a high-level heavenly flame was not something he could resist. Even if all the cultivators of Dongfang City were to go up against it, it would still be impossible. Xiaoyang said, "Since that's the case, I'll be leaving." "Oh, right. I've taken a fancy to the Chen family city. They also promised to withdraw from the Chen family city. If they go back on their word, I'll start a massacre. I heard from him that you're their in-law, so you'd better persuade them." Old Ancestor Dongfang's expression immediately turned cold as he said, "Senior, don't worry. I will reason with him." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "No wonder your family was able to survive until now. It's because you understand the overall situation, know when to advance and retreat, and know when to lower your head." "Senior, you praise me too much." Old Ancestor Dongfang said modestly, "Junior will take his leave." After saying this, he turned around and flew back to the city. Then he shouted, "Withdraw the array and return to the city. All the cultivators on the city wall, retreat." Although many cultivators of Dongfang City did not understand, they still firmly carried out this order. They did not disobey or refute at all. Old Ancestor Dongfang's prestige in Dongfang City was unquestionable. After they retreated, Old Ancestor Dongfang also cupped his hands toward Xiaoyang. Then he ordered the cultivators below to open the city gate and remove the array. Only then did he leave the city gate and return to the Dongfang family mansion. As for the cultivators he invited, Old Ancestor Dongfang explained the reason in detail to them. He explained the high-grade heavenly flame and Xiaoyang's strength, trying to get the understanding of his friends. Xiaoyang was not interested in entering Dongfang City. He was also not interested in what Old Ancestor Dongfang would do next. He casually greeted Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing and said, "Let's go, we won." They won so easily that the two of them could not believe it, especially Xiao Dahai, who was extremely excited. Originally, he thought that he would lose the small family city and even have to abandon many women, children, and the elderly. He did not expect that he would be able to take back the small family city. This made him too excited. Sun Dishing was also very happy. His goal was very simple. He just wanted to protect the ownership of the giant spirit town. He originally thought that he would have a good spar with the Dongfang family, but now, because of Xiao Yang's sudden appearance, he did not have to spend a single soldier to take it down. He was extremely grateful to Xiao Yang. If it was not for Xiao Yang's appearance, his Sun family would have been enslaved by the Dongfang family for hundreds of years. He knew that Xiao Yang had the trump card of the explosive pill, but he did not expect that Xiao Yang had an even bigger card, which was the high-grade heavenly flame. Such a terrifying flame had actually fallen into Xiao Yang's hands. From this, one could imagine how terrifying Xiao Yang's true strength was. No wonder old ancestor Dongfang had to compromise. Sun Dishing felt that he had made the right bet this time. In fact, Xiao Yang did not need to bring them along, but Xiao Yang did not mind bringing them along. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Yang was quite close to the people. Chapter 1359. Thank you, Senior Xiao Yang. I will be the vanguard in the attack on the Chen family city. Sun Dishing hurriedly expressed his stance. Although he knew that this battle would not break out, his attitude was very important. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes, looked at Sun Dishing in amusement, and said, I understand your intentions. Let's go. Let's go to the Xiao family city to take a look. Xiao Dahai, Sun Dishing, Xiao Yang, and the others headed towards the Xiao family city. Xiao family city was also in this Xiao family mountain, but it was in the opposite direction of the Oriental city. After walking for more than 4 hours, they met a few masked men on the way. These masked men all had strong cultivations, and one of them even had the strength of King Wu. Who are you people? Why are you intercepted here? When Xiao Dahai noticed these people, he immediately walked up and roared at them. Sun Dishing also had a cold face, releasing a terrifying aura, staring at them fiercely. The leader of the masked men did not say a word. When he saw Xiao Yang and the others, he waved his hand. Immediately, the group of people immediately rushed towards Xiao Yang to attack. Reckless, Xiao Yang said coldly and casually released the high-level skyfire. The high-level skyfire spread out with a puff, engulfing the surroundings, creating a huge sea of fire. The sea of fire released a strange high temperature, instantly burning several masked experts who had rushed forward to ashes. This was the power of the high-level skyfire. Xiao Dahai and Sun Dishing were also completely shocked by this terrifying scene. They were extremely afraid of Xiao Yang's high-level skyfire. When they were confronting the Dongfang family, they did not feel the power of the high-level skyfire. Now that they saw the power of the high-level skyfire, they could not believe it. Xiao Yang calmly retracted the skyfire and said indifferently, It's probably a few people who don't know the difference between life and death. Let's go. The Dongfang ancestor will collect their corpses. He didn't even need to ask to know the origin of these masked men. They must be from Oriental City. Of course, this was not old ancestor Dongfang's order. Instead, he had deceived old ancestor Dongfang and secretly came. Xiao Yang didn't mind helping these people who were courting death. After all, they deserved to die. After dealing with these idiots, Xiao Yang and his group continued on their way. After walking for about 4 hours, they finally arrived at the Xiao family city. Small family cities were previously occupied by the Dongfang family, the Qin family, and other family forces, and were almost completely divided up. With the news of Xiao Yang defeating the Xiao family's ancestor, the cultivators from the Dongfang clan tactfully left the Xiao family city and were already waiting at the city gate. Therefore, when Xiao Yang, Xiao Dahai, Sun Dishing, and the others arrived, they saw the people from the Dongfang clan in front of them. The leader of the group came up and explained the situation. Then, he led the cultivators of the Dongfang clan away. After Xiao Dahai sent them off, he led Sun Dishing and Xiao Yang into the city. After entering the Xiao family city, they went straight to the Xiao family courtyard. In the Xiao family courtyard, they saw many enemies surrounding the Xiao family. Among these enemies, there were people from the Qin clan and the Qian clan. There were at least 7 or 8 clans involved, all of which were local clans of various sizes. What do you want? This is my Xiao family's territory. Xiao Dahai saw them surrounding the Xiao family courtyard and immediately became anxious. He shouted loudly. Sun Dishing also helped and said, when the Xiao family was strong, who knows how many families were trying to curry favor with them. Now that Xiaoyang has fallen, they can't wait to step on him. They are really fence-sitters, swaying to whichever side is strong. You, Sun Dishing, you are just a toad living in a corner. What right do you have to clamor here? Xiao Dahai, your Xiao family is already finished. You still have the courage to come back? You are really courting death. The people from the Qin family and the Qian family couldn't help but mock Xiao Dahai. They were full of hostility and looked down on him. Xiao Dahai patiently explained, the people from the Dongfang family have already retreated. Don't you know what happened? And the Chen family, I think you should ask City Lord Qin before making a decision. Don't be stubborn, lest you bring disaster to the Chen family. Xiao Dahai narrowed his eyes. His gaze was warning, and his expression was somewhat provocative. Chun Jia sneered and said, God knows what madness the Dongfang family has. The situation was good, but they actually retreated. But this is also good. Isn't this letting us off easy? The people from the other families also laughed. Xiao Yang blinked. His gaze fell on the token at the other party's waist. He could tell the other party's identity with a glance. It was probably because City Lord Qin didn't send him a message. So Qin Jia dared to be so unrestrained. Xiao Yang said, I am from the Xiao family. Xiao Yang, remember. Then, Xiao Yang directly released a high-grade heavenly fire to wash the ground. As the high-grade heavenly fire spread, more than 10 powerful cultivators were incinerated. Chun Jia originally wanted to ridicule Xiao Yang, but after seeing Xiao Yang's terrifying lethality, he immediately shut his mouth. He widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yang in shock. He really didn't expect Xiao Yang to be so strong. If he knew that Xiao Yang was so strong, then he wouldn't dare to provoke Xiao Yang. In Chen Jia's view, Xiao Dahai's strength was only so-so. It was impossible for Xiao Dahai to be stronger than him. As for Sun Dishing, he also came from the giant spirit town. How strong could he be? It was also because of this understanding that Chun Jia looked down on Xiaoyang. It was this underestimation that made him pay the price of more than 10 cultivators' lives. The cultivators he brought from the Qin family were the elites of the elites. It took a lot of effort to cultivate them. This was also Chun Jia's confidence and the qualification to fight for the next family head. He didn't expect that all of them would be gone just like that. He looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of shock. Then he saw the terrifying flame released by the high-grade, heavenly fire instantly swept towards him. Of course, he wanted to resist and dodge. But how could his speed be compared with the high-grade heavenly fire? After all, the high-grade heavenly fire was a powerful existence comparable to King Wu's 5th stage. Therefore, after Chun Jia fled for about 10 feet, he was immediately swallowed by the high-grade heavenly fire. Then he was burned to ashes. The cultivators of the Qin family were all buried just like that. After seeing the terror of the high-grade heavenly fire, the cultivators of the Qian family, Nangong family, and Lu family were all frightened. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were fearful. Their eyes were filled with deep fear, and even some regret. If he knew that Xiaoyang was so terrifying, he wouldn't have provoked and looked down on Xiaoyang and the others. Now, do you understand why the Dongfang family withdrew from this game? Do you understand why I asked the Qin family to ask City Lord Chen's opinion? Chapter 1360. After Xiao Dahai saw that Qin Jia and the others were eliminated, he let out a sigh of relief and looked at them proudly. He was extremely excited. Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the Qian family, he became even more proud and pleased. He smiled and said, Now, let me ask you, are you going to continue to resist stubbornly, or are you going to leave this place? With the terrifying power of the high-level heavenly fire, no matter who is here, they would not be devoured by the high-level heavenly fire. Anyone with a brain would know to quickly leave this place. The people of the Qian family reacted the fastest. They hurriedly apologized and left. Following them were the Nangong family, the Lu family, and the others. In less than 10 breaths of time, these powerful cultivators retreated one after another. One of them, who walked slower, Xiao Dahai directly grabbed him and asked, "Xiao family's women and children, have they been captured or abused?" The Lu family member, who walked the slowest, trembled and hurriedly replied, No, because the Dongfang family gave the order to only surround and not attack. They want to catch all of you in one net and then deal with the people inside. So until now, no one has harmed the people in the Xiao family's courtyard. Xiao Dahai heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the people in the Xiao family's courtyard were not harmed. Scram! He roared and let the other party leave. The Lu family member hurriedly walked away faster than anyone else. He was afraid that he would be forced to stay again. Xiao Dahai said to Xiao Yang and Sun Dishing, "Let's go in and take a look. This can be considered my home. Of course, it will also be Big Brother Zhao's home in the future." Xiao Yang, Sun Dishing, and the others filed in and entered the Xiao family's courtyard. After entering the Xiao family's courtyard, they saw dozens of old, young women and children standing in 3 rows and 3 groups. In front of them were piles of firewood. There were also many flammable materials on the firewood, like gasoline. As long as the torch lit the firewood, the flame would burn for 3 days and 3 nights. These old, young women and children would bravely die rather than surrender. When Xiao Yang and Sun Dishing saw the situation in front of them, they were shocked and a little in disbelief. At the same time, he also admired these small family people. At the very least, they had a backbone and were not afraid of death. This was something that many people could not compare with. When Xiao Dahai saw their determination, his eyes immediately became moist. He was extremely touched. Back then, when the various large families joined forces to attack their small family, Xiao Dahai couldn't bring everyone away. Therefore, he suggested bringing the pyro company out and leaving the small family members who had lost their ability to fight behind so that they could endure the humiliation. Now, it seemed like he had really let them down. "I'm sorry, fellow clansmen. I've come back to save you." Xiao Dahai cried out, begging for forgiveness from his fellow clansmen. An elderly member of the Xiao family stepped forward and choked with sobs. "Family head, you've already left. Why did you come back? Leave quickly. Take the other members of the Xiao family and go as far as possible. Our hopes are pinned on you. When you grow stronger in the future, come back and avenge us. The fire of our Xiao family cannot be extinguished." Xiao Dahai said loudly, "The Dongfang family has already admitted defeat and compromised. Dongfang City has already lowered its head. The Qian family, Nangong family, Lu family, and the others have all withdrawn. Don't worry, the Xiao family city will belong to us from now on. Our Xiao family won't have to leave our hometown." Good. Family head, you're good. You don't know, but we've already prepared to die. Even if we die, we won't be captives. We won't let them use us to threaten you. Many members of the Xiao family cried together. Xiao Dahai was greatly moved and explained to them, "Fellow clansmen, this is Big Brother Xiao Yang. He's also a member of the Xiao family." One of the elders of the Xiao family didn't recognize Xiao Yang. After looking at him suspiciously, he frowned and said, "Family head, I've never seen this person before. However, if you say that he is, then he is." Xiao Dahai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Big Brother Xiao is a member of the Xiao family in the middle level. Now that he has ascended to the upper level, he helped us because we're all members of the Xiao family. It was also because Big Brother Xiao defeated old ancestor Dongfang and city, Lord Qin, that we were able to return. Big Brother Xiao is our savior, and we still need his help in the future." Many members of the Xiao family stepped forward and expressed their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled in response. After that, Xiaoyang said, "Dahai, I'll leave the matters here to you. Make the appropriate arrangements for them. Also, here are a few explosion pills. I'll give you all. The effect of the explosion pill is to raise your cultivation by 1 level without any side effects. However, the effect only lasts for an hour, so don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. You're now King Wu's 3rd level. If you add the explosion pill, then you'll be able to erupt with the cultivation of King Wu's 4th level. In the entire Xiao family city, there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat you. Even old ancestor Dongfang wouldn't be able to take you down." "Thank you, big brother Xiao. Are you leaving now? I thought you would stay here for 2 days. After I reorganize the army, I'll lead everyone to help you and head to Qin family city together." Xiao Dahai was a little reluctant. Xiaoyang had helped him too much, but he didn't help him at all. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, "Don't worry, in this Xiao family mountain, no one can threaten me." Both sides bid farewell to each other, and Xiao Dahai personally sent Xiaoyang and Sun Dishing off. Sun Dishing had to pass through Qin family city to return to Giant Spirit Town. Xiaoyang's goal was to head to Qin family city and take over the city. Who asked City Lord Qin to take the initiative to provoke him? This was the price they had to pay. Now that more than half a day had passed, old ancestor Dongfang must have informed them to leave. If they didn't leave, Xiaoyang didn't mind starting a massacre. As long as he released the high-grade heavenly flame, not many people would be able to stop him. Xiaoyang originally didn't want to touch the land of the upper realm, but when he thought about how the Northern Lights didn't have a fixed place to stay for the time being, he thought that it would be better to have a place to set up camp so that they wouldn't be scattered. The group left the Xiao family city and quickly headed to Qin family city. As for Xiao Dahai and the others, they stayed in the Xiao family city to take care of the other Xiao family members. Although there were other families near the Xiao family courtyard, after seeing how terrifying Xiaoyang was, they probably wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Xiaoyang left this place, and after walking for half a day, he once again arrived at Qin family city. Sun Dishing took the lead to shout for battle. There were only a few Chen family cultivators setting up formations and guarding the gate of Qin family city. Following Sun Dishing's shout, City Lord Chen came out anxiously and hurried to meet Xiaoyang and the others. Originally, City Lord Chen wanted to fight with Xiaoyang to protect the Qin family's foundation. However, when he received the message from old ancestor Dongfang, he immediately gave up on the idea of defending. Chapter 1361. He immediately flew out of the city and respectfully appeared in front of Xiaoyang. He said, "Senior Xiaoyang, you're here. We're all prepared to welcome you. Our Chen family will leave immediately. From now on, you'll be in charge of the security and taxes of this city." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "All right, you can leave. I believe old ancestor Dongfang has also sent you a message, right?" City Lord Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, Yes, old ancestor Dongfang has already sent me a message. Thank you for your kindness and generosity, Senior Xiaoyang. We can't thank you enough." He knew that Xiaoyang had a high-grade heavenly fire in his hands. This was a terrifying existence comparable to King Wu's 5th rank. If it was released here, the Chen family city would definitely be destroyed. Therefore, City Lord Qin didn't have the slightest intention to resist. He also received the news about the Xiao family, Qinjia. Qinjia and the other cultivators, under the power of the high-grade heavenly fire, were instantly turned into ashes. This was extremely terrifying. Although Xiaoyang killed Qinjia and the others, City Lord Qin didn't dare to make a fuss about it. He didn't want to anger Xiaoyang. After all, it was the Chen family's people who were in the wrong first. Xiaoyang made a move after, so it was unreasonable. Xiaoyang blinked and watched City Lord Chen and the others leave. In the future, the Qin family city would belong to Xiaoyang's personal property. After the Chen family's people left, Most of the cultivators in the Qin family city came out to see the new city lord. Xiao Yang walked to the entrance of the city. Looking at the words Chen family city engraved on the gate, he pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Next, he waved his hand and released a surge of power from his cultivation base to erase the words. Looking at the empty space that had been smoothed out, Xiao Yang lowered his head and thought for a moment. Soon, he came up with a new name, Northern Lights. Thus, he waved his hand again and branded the words Northern Lights on the city wall. Xiao Yang looked at the cultivators on the city wall and also looked at the cultivators on both sides. He spoke with dignity without being angry. In the future, this city will be called Borealis City. As Xiao Yang's words spread out, the cultivators in the cities heard them and committed them to memory. After all, they would be under Xiao Yang's rule in the future. Xiao Yang blinked and said to the people around him in a friendly manner, "Everyone, you don't have to pay any taxes in the future. You can live here peacefully. In addition, this city lord wants to hire some people. If you are willing to join the city lord's mansion, then do so. We can discuss the remuneration." Whoosh! Following Xiao Yang's voice, many cultivators could not help but burst into an uproar as they looked at Xiao Yang in shock, their eyes revealing joy and excitement. "Thank you, City Lord." Xiao Yang's actions immediately gained the support of many cultivators in the cities and won the hearts of the people. One had to know that during City Lord Chen's rule, he had always been increasing taxes in disguise, constantly absorbing the blood of the citizens to replenish his Chen family. When the Chen family became stronger, they further oppressed their subjects, causing the citizens to be angry but not dare to speak up. Xiao Yang suddenly reduced all their taxes, which allowed them to quickly become rich. Although it was a bit exaggerated, at least they would not be as poor as before. Moreover, Xiao Yang represented the city lord's mansion to recruit people. Once they entered the city lord's mansion, they would have a stable job and income. Moreover, they would also have a respectable identity and status, gaining the respect of other citizens. Many citizens were also eager to give it a try. Xiao Yang said, "I see that many of you want to join the city lord's mansion. How about this? I will go in and take a look. Those who want to work for the city lord's mansion can report to the city lord's mansion in a while." Xiao Yang, Sun Dishing, and the others entered Borealis City and went straight towards the city lord's mansion. After seeing the extravagant city lord's mansion, Sun Dishing's eyes lit up, somewhat yearning. Xiao Yang's mood didn't change. He had lived in the best palace before, so this city lord's mansion wasn't strange. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "I say, Patriarch Sun, if you don't mind, you can stay in Borealis City and manage the affairs. I can provide you with burst pills, stabilizing your income and making a lot of money. Moreover, I promise you that within a year, I will raise your cultivation to the 4th Order King Wu. This is under the premise that you don't take burst pills. As for the giant spirit town, you can just send a trusted subordinate to manage it. In any case, with you here, no one would dare to easily offend the giant spirit town. If someone recklessly offends the giant spirit town, then you can also dispatch the city lord's mansion's forces to suppress the giant spirit town." Sun Dishing was suddenly very excited. His eyes widened in excitement and said, "Really? Senior Xiao, then I will respectfully accept. As long as you help me raise my cultivation realm, the burst pill industry can generate income for the city lord's mansion." Xiao Yang said, "A gentleman never goes back on his word. He will do what he says." "Okay, I agree. As for the recruitment of manpower, just leave it to me." Sun Dishing agreed very quickly and decisively. Then he ordered the other members of the Sun family to return to the giant spirit town to assist his eldest son in managing the town. As for Sun Dishing himself, he stayed in Borealis City and began to handle all kinds of government affairs for Xiao Yang. First, he had to recruit manpower, then talk about remuneration. In terms of remuneration, he would pay with spirit stones and medicinal pills. If he needed other resources, he could also ask. Xiaoyang had completed many tasks during this period of time and harvested countless cultivation resources. He placed those resources that he didn't need and didn't like in the treasure pavilion. In this way, those people could visit at will. If they took a fancy to an item, they could exchange it through labor. For a time, thousands of people entered the city lord's mansion, and the treasure pavilion was even more crowded. For the sake of safety, Xiaoyang set up a set of high-level formations in the treasure pavilion. They were only allowed to visit and understand the function of the magic treasures. They were not allowed to personally touch or take them away. Half of the resources in the treasure pavilion were fancied by many city residents. Even Sun Dishing yearned for a few of the magic treasures. With the resources to attract the city residents, the following negotiations were much easier. The more valuable resources and materials required the city residents to work for a longer time. The cheaper resources required the city residents to work for a shorter period of time. Of course, the city lord's mansion did not have a strong attitude and forced them. They just let the city residents choose for themselves. For a time, the number of cultivators recruited into the city lord's mansion reached 300. In addition, other cultivators who did not join the city lord's mansion also wanted to exchange or buy the resources of the treasure pavilion. Xiaoyang set up a new organization called the Trading Pavilion. Anyone who wanted to exchange for the resources of the treasure pavilion could do so through the Trading Pavilion. Chapter 1362. In this way, the resources of the treasure pavilion were not limited. All kinds of resources, materials, magic treasures, and pills circulated in the treasure pavilion. In less than 2 days, the treasure pavilion became prosperous, and the flow of people was very vigorous. In order to protect the wealth of the treasure pavilion, Sun Dishing specially dispatched half of the cultivators of the city lord's mansion to guard it. As for the remaining cultivators of the city lord's mansion, they were responsible for patrolling Borealis City and keeping order. Xiaoyang was very relaxed as a hands-off shopkeeper. He walked through Borealis City, especially the city lord's mansion, and found quite a few good things. The reason why he was able to find a lot of good things was because City Lord Qin and the other Qin family members didn't have time to take them away. From the beginning, City Lord Qin and the others didn't intend to leave this place. It was only after receiving a message from Ancestor Dongfang and the news of Qin Jia's death that City Lord Qin decided to leave. They left in a hurry and didn't have time to take a lot of things. These good things naturally belonged to Xiaoyang. During the period of City Lord Qin's rule, who knew how much wealth he plundered from the citizens, making the city lord's mansion quite rich. Now it all benefited Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang threw all the resources that he didn't care about into the treasure pavilion, making the treasure pavilion a lot richer. In these few days, there were many cultivators who had ideas about Xiaoyang's treasure pavilion. But before Xiaoyang could make a move, Sun Dishing and the cultivators of the city lord's mansion took the lead to capture the thieves, then crippled their cultivation, took away their resources, and threw them out of Borealis City. After this matter, no one dared to have ideas about the treasure pavilion. After all, the existence of the treasure pavilion was for the benefit of the people. It had the support of the people and won the hearts of the people. The reason why it was so easy to subdue the thieves was because the people gave a lot of support. After Xiaoyang learned of this matter, he praised Sun Dishing and then checked Sun Dishing's cultivation situation. According to the other party's cultivation method, he made changes and came up with a brand new cultivation method. This brand new cultivation method was completely made for Sun Dishing. Cultivating it would allow him to advance at a tremendous pace, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Sun Dishing originally had doubts about this, but when he tried to cultivate it, he immediately tasted the sweetness of it. He was extremely excited and was deeply grateful to Xiaoyang. He believed that as long as he had this cultivation method, he would be able to break through his current realm very quickly. Therefore, he told the cultivators of the city lord's mansion about this matter and spread the word that if anyone could perform well and work wholeheartedly for the city lord's mansion, they would also be able to receive guidance from the city lord in the future, allowing them to improve their cultivation realms and even be rewarded with explosive pills. This caused the cultivators of the city lord's estate to become extremely fanatical and excited. After following sun dishing for a period of time, they all knew the effects of the explosion pill, as well as its importance and effects. Therefore, they also hoped to obtain an explosion pill. Because there were too many good things in the treasure pavilion, they couldn't get all of them in a short period of time. They could only work longer or save enough spirit stones to buy them. In short, because of the appearance of the treasure pavilion, the citizens of the Northern Lights became energetic. Many cultivators from other cities also came after hearing about the treasure pavilion of the Northern Light City. Firstly, they wanted to see the authenticity of the resources in the treasure pavilion. Secondly, they wanted to make a deal with the city lord's mansion. Many people who came after hearing about the treasure pavilion directly joined the Northern Light City. Many cultivators also joined the city lord's mansion, causing the total number of people in the Northern Light City to triple. The city lord's mansion's power also tripled. Now, the city lord's mansion had 900 cultivators. Sun Dishing was a little worried about the imbalance of income and expenditure. He specifically asked Xiao Yang about this matter. Xiao Yang told him to rest assured and that he could use the resources in the treasure pavilion as he wished. This made Sun Dishing feel a sense of trust. He was completely clear that the treasure pavilion was like the lifeline of the city lord's mansion and also the lifeline of the Northern Light City. It was a very important existence. Even such an important existence was given to Sun Dishing. It could be seen how important Sun Dishing was to him. Sun Dishing also did not use his position for personal gain. In any case, if he followed Xiaoyang, he would definitely benefit a lot. In less than 3 days, Xiaoyang saw that Sun Dishing was outstanding in his work and directly rewarded him with a lot of things. One of the muscle-repairing pills was specially refined by Xiaoyang for Sun Dishing. Sun Dishing said that his second son's meridians were damaged and he was unable to cultivate. He had been mediocre, causing Sun Dishing to worry. When Sun Dishing received the tendon-repairing pill and learned of its effects and importance, he cried tears of joy. Then he immediately ordered the city lord's mansion's cultivators to escort the muscle-repairing pill to the giant spirit town. After Sun Dishing's second son took the muscle-repairing pill, his meridians were immediately repaired and he began to cultivate. Because he was a local upper-level cultivator, when the problem with his meridians was solved, he directly reached the martial master stage. Then, after cultivating for a day, he easily reached the 6th stage martial master stage. This astonishing change and progress was completely shocking. In order to express his gratitude to Sun Dishing and respect for the city lord, he left the giant spirit town with the city lord's mansion's people and entered the Northern Light City to personally meet Xiaoyang. Originally, Xiaoyang did not want to meet him because this small matter was nothing to Xiaoyang. However, for Sun Dishing's sake, Xiaoyang took the time to meet him. Sun Yukai expressed his extreme gratitude to Xiaoyang and was willing to repay Xiaoyang and work hard for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry and directly let Sun Dishing arrange it. Sun Dishing felt that even if it was his own family, he could not abuse his power. Everyone had to start from the bottom. Thus, Sun Yukai was sent to patrol. After Sun Yukai left, Xiaoyang found a cultivation technique from his storage ring and gave it to Sun Dishing. He also told Sun Dishing that this cultivation technique was very important. It was a cultivation technique of the never-setting sun sect. If he cultivated it, he could be considered half a member of the extreme yang sect. When he cultivated it to perfection, he would not be immortal. As for whether he wanted to let Sun Yukai cultivate it, it was up to Sun Dishing to decide. After Sun Dishing learned the importance of this cultivation technique, he almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xiaoyang. Although Sun Dishing only lived in a small place, he had also heard that the Taiyang school had been looking for the cultivation method of the never-setting sun sect. He did not expect that Xiao Yang would have a copy of it, and now he had directly given it to Sun Yukai. Sun Dishing felt that the kindness of Xiao Yang was too great. He was afraid that he could only repay it with his life in the future. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately gave this powerful cultivation technique to Sun Yukai so that Sun Yukai could cultivate it. Now, Sun Yukai had just started. His cultivation was like a blank piece of paper, which was suitable for him to cultivate this cultivation technique. Chapter 1363. When Sun Yukai learned about the valiance and importance of this cultivation method from Sun Dishing, he was once again moved. The Extreme Yang sect was a powerful sect in the upper realm, on par with the Dark Night, Holy Land. It was not a bad thing to be associated with the Extreme Yang sect. In particular, this cultivation method was rare. It was passed down from ancient times, and if one cultivated it to perfection, they would be immortal. This was simply the dream of all cultivators. Sun Dishing was actually worried that the Extreme Yang sect would ask about the Rising Sun City cultivation method. However, Xiao Yang made it clear that he had given a cultivation method to the Extreme Yang sect and had a friendship with Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue of the Extreme Yang sect. Sun Dishing did not have any concerns and instead paid more attention to this cultivation method, because he knew that Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were famous figures. In the future, if Sun Yukai encountered any problems, the Extreme Yang sect would definitely help him. This was friendship. This was a gift from Xiao Yang. The importance of this friendship was not weaker than the friendship of the muscle-repairing pill. After Sun Yukai learned this news, he was moved again and threatened to cultivate well and work hard for Xiao Yang in the future. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang had spent several days in the Northern Light City. Xiao Yang planned to leave the Northern Light City first, because his original intention was to find Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi and the others, but he was delayed by Xiao Dahai's matter. Now that Xiao Dahai's matter had been dealt with, it was time for him to leave. He found Sun Dishing and told him that he would be leaving for a while. Sun Dishing said that he would look after the Northern Light City and wait for the return of the city lord. Xiao Yang nodded. After giving out a few more explosion pills, he used his cultivation to leave. Now that he had a place to stay, it was time to find Lin Shiyun, Old Master Xiao, and the others. If Old Master Xiao knew about the situation of the Upper Realm Xiao family, he would probably sigh with emotion. Old Master Xiao had lived for hundreds of years. He did not know what relationship he had with the Xiao family, such as how many generations they were apart. Xiao Yang flew in the air and headed towards the Ascension Mountain. The wind was very strong, and the clouds were very beautiful. When he blinked his eyes, the scenery was very pleasant, and he was in a good mood. After walking for half a day, they arrived at Ascension Mountain once again. After descending on the Ascension Mountain, he immediately headed towards the Ascension Pavilion. When Xiao Yang arrived at the Ascension Pavilion again, he saw that the scenery of the pavilion had changed. At the very least, the eyes here had been cleaned up, and it was no longer filled with smoke and dust like before. Moreover, the Ascension Pavilion had also been changed a little, and was built even more beautifully. In addition, a few extra buildings were built, and there were cultivators standing guard here. These cultivators' cultivations weren't too strong, but since they were only guards, their strength was acceptable. Xiao Yang walked towards them and asked in a low voice who they were and why they were guarding this place. Those people replied that they were members of the Northern Lights. They were hired by Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, and the others, so they were waiting here. After asking, Xiao Yang found out that these people were waiting for him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and his brows relaxed. He originally thought that he wouldn't be able to find Arctic Gray Feather and the others here. Then, Xiao Yang revealed his identity to them. When these guards of the Ascension Pavilion found out about Xiao Yang's identity, they all stood up excitedly and respectfully faced Xiao Yang, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Xiao Yang told them that there was no need to be so polite, and that all members of the Northern Lights should be treated equally. Then he began to ask about the whereabouts of Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, Old Master Shao, and the other elders. According to their explanation, Xiaoyang found out that Old Master Shao had gone to the Two-World Mountain to carry out a secret mission. He was accompanied by Lin Shiyun, Qian Guangqi, and other elders. Calculating the time, it had been half a month since they carried out the mission. Logically speaking, they should have returned. However, the people waiting at the Ascension Pavilion did not receive any news from Old Master Shao and the others. Xiaoyang could not sit still anymore. He wondered if something had happened to them. Should he go over and take a look? As for Arctic Gray Feather, the mission he carried out was relatively easy. He was only cultivating talents in the Star Sect. Xiaoyang blinked and thought for a while with a frown. In the end, he decided to go to the Two-World Mountain to check on Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, Old Master Shao, and the others. As for the location of the Two-World Mountain, Xiaoyang knew nothing about it. He did not even know the situation there. Fortunately, the guards were local residents and knew more about the upper realm. They provided a piece of information to Xiaoyang. After reading the information, Xiaoyang immediately set off and quickly went to the Two-World Mountain. The Two-World Mountain was located in the south of the upper realm. It was considered a border area. Compared to the center of the upper realm, the spiritual energy in the border area was very poor. There were barbarians living there. The barbarians were also members of the upper realm. The difference was that they were cultivators who ascended earlier. Some of them did not even ascend, but were the earliest residents of the upper realm. Therefore, these barbarians were slightly different from other cultivators of the upper realm. They focused on cultivating their bodies and increasing their potential, while other cultivators focused on increasing their cultivation and comprehending the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the Two-World Mountain was scarce. It was mostly miasma and poisonous. There were also many powerful wild beasts. Xiaoyang looked at the information calmly. He used his flying technique and flew towards the Two-World Mountain at a steady speed. After traveling for a day and a night, Xiaoyang finally arrived at the Two-World Mountain. At this place, Xiaoyang saw many barbarians on the periphery. Even though these barbarians were only periphery members, their strength could not be ignored. Their physical strength was comparable to that of King Wu. Even Xiaoyang was shocked when he saw this. The reason why Xiaoyang's physical body was so strong was because he had refined many high-grade heaven-level magic treasures. As for the physical strength of these barbarians, it seemed like they were born with it. Xiaoyang was a little curious about them, but now was not the time to observe them. So Xiaoyang put away his thoughts and planned to find the whereabouts of Qian Guangqi and the others first. The Two-World Mountain was very big, and there were many barbarians. Looking for Qian Guangqi and the others was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was very difficult. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had left a mark on them. This was done a long time ago to prevent them from losing contact. However, this mark could only be felt from a short distance. If it was too far away, then the feeling would be very weak and almost impossible to feel. Xiaoyang tried to sense their location, but it was to no avail. It was possible that they were not nearby. Even if his first attempt failed, Xiaoyang was not angry and continued to search. Chapter 1364. He moved quickly in the Two Boundaries Mountain without alerting the barbarians. He didn't want to attract their attention and cause unnecessary trouble. His silhouette was like a ghost. His movements were erratic, but his speed was extremely fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, like a flash of lightning. In just a short while, Xiaoyang had traveled tens of thousands of meters into the Two-World Mountain. He had entered the depths of the Two-World Mountain. At this time, Xiaoyang tried to sense the mark that he had left behind. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Then he quietly sensed it. In a short time, he vaguely sensed some information. However, this feeling wasn't very strong. This meant that Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, Old Master Shao, and the others were nearby. This discovery made Xiaoyang feel relieved. He knew that they were nearby. He continued to venture deeper into the Two Boundaries Mountain. He continued to sense after venturing into the depths of the Two Boundaries Mountain. As a result, the feeling became even stronger. Xiaoyang finally confirmed that they were in the Two Boundaries Mountain. Therefore, he quickly moved towards the confirmed location. After walking for about half a cup of tea's time, he arrived at a canyon. In the canyon, Xiaoyang finally saw Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, Qian Guangqi, and the others. Looking at their appearance, it seemed that the situation wasn't optimistic. This was because there were many barbarians inside and outside the canyon. These barbarians were obviously more powerful than the barbarians outside. Their physical strength was comparable to the 3rd level of King Wu and the 4th level of King Wu. Of course, there weren't many powerhouses of this level. However, it was enough to make Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, and the others suffer. Moreover, there were many barbarians of the same level as King Wu and Wu Zun. Xiaoyang didn't know what was going on. He also didn't know what Qian Guangqi and the others' mission was. He only saw that they were fighting. It seemed that Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Right now, the barbarians had only sent out a small portion of their forces, which was 2 level 3 King Wu powerhouses. Even so, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others were having a hard time dealing with it. Moreover, the barbarians had King Wu, who was a Tier 4 expert. This made Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others feel a lot of pressure. Xiaoyang didn't think too much about it. He circulated his cultivation and used his movement technique to fly towards them. He landed in front of Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others. Then he burst out with the physical strength of King Wu's 3rd order physique and directly resisted the attacks of the 2 barbarians. He was evenly matched with the 2 3rd order King Wu barbarians. This made Ah Sang and Ah Jin extremely surprised. This was because in the upper realm, the barbarians were the only ones who cultivated their physical strength. Now a non-barbarian cultivator had appeared and burst out with physical strength that wasn't weaker than theirs. This naturally shocked them. After Ah Sang and Ah Jin were forced to retreat, they retreated to Ah Da's left and right side and respectfully reported the situation to Ah Da. Ah Da naturally saw everything in front of him. He was also very surprised by Xiaoyang's appearance. He walked up curiously, intending to ask Xiaoyang some questions. Originally, the barbarians used the barbarian language. However, after being in the upper realm for a long time, they were also proficient in the language of other cultivators. The barbarians conversed with Xiaoyang in the language of cultivators. They asked who Xiaoyang was and what was his relationship with these people in front of them. His physical strength was so strong that it wasn't weaker than the barbarians. Xiaoyang answered the barbarians' questions in detail. Then he asked the barbarians why they attacked Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, and the others. Da answered Xiaoyang that they shouldn't have trespassed into the Two-World Mountain because it was the territory of the barbarians. If they wanted to enter the Two-World Mountain, they had to be invited and allowed. If they entered without permission, it was equivalent to challenging the dignity of the barbarians. This was why the barbarians attacked them. Xiaoyang immediately felt relieved. He hurriedly explained that this was a misunderstanding and asked for the barbarians' forgiveness. After thinking for a while, the barbarians asked Xiaoyang about his cultivation. This was because they could see that Xiaoyang cultivated both his physical body and cultivation. This was very rare. All the upper realm cultivators knew that there was only one direction for their cultivation. One was to cultivate their physical body, and the other was to cultivate their cultivation. They had never seen a cultivator who cultivated both. Xiaoyang frankly said that he walked the 3rd path, which was to devour and refine magic treasures for his own use. This was a path that only he could walk. In order to gain the barbarians' trust, Xiaoyang purposely took out a few heaven-grade magic treasures to let the barbarians know. After Ada looked at them, he believed what Xiaoyang said and decided to forgive Xiaoyang and the others this time. However, he warned Xiaoyang and the others not to trespass in the future. At the same time, he also invited Xiaoyang and the others to his tribe as guests. Xiaoyang didn't refuse. He was willing to go and be a guest. Therefore, Ada led the barbarians out of the valley and waited for Xiaoyang and the others at the entrance. After watching them leave, Xiaoyang greeted the old master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, Qian Guangqi, and the others. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Are you all okay? Are you hurt?" Lin Shiyun, old master Xiao, Qian Guangqi, and the others laughed and shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. They even joked that if Xiaoyang came a little later, he would have died here. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry because that was the truth. However, they were still joking, which meant that they were in a good mood. They were optimistic and positive. Xiaoyang led them out of the valley. When they reached the entrance of the valley, they saw Ah Sang and Ah Jin waiting there. They invited Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang asked about the distance to the barbarian tribe. After hearing that it was more than 10,000 miles, Xiaoyang asked Qian Guangqi and the others to take out the flying ship so that everyone could board it and head to the barbarian tribe. Because these barbarians cultivated their bodies, their flying ability was quite poor. It was impossible for them to fly at high altitudes unless they cultivated to a certain level. It was their first time flying. Seeing the mountains and trees on the ground quickly retreating and gradually disappearing from their sight, they were very excited. Ah Jin, Ah Sang, and Ada were also in a good mood. They praised Xiaoyang and the others and said, "Cultivators like you, who cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, are really amazing. You can fly. It's much more difficult for us who cultivate our bodies." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Cultivators who can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can fly even without flying ships. However, flying ships can fly with the help of spirit stones. In other words, if you barbarians have flying ships and spirit stones, you can also fly." This made Ada, Ah Sang, and Ah Jin a little excited. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement. They looked at Xiaoyang and asked if Xiaoyang could sell the flying ship to them. Xiaoyang said that there was no problem. Both sides got along very well. The barbarian tribe was willing to give some rare materials and resources in exchange. Chapter 1365. Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and Lin Shiyun checked the rare materials and cultivation resources that Ada brought them. They were all very excited. They came to the two-world mountain to look for these materials. Originally, they didn't want to disturb the barbarians and just looked for them secretly in the two-world mountain. However, they encountered a powerful beast. Although they managed to drive the beast away in the end, the barbarians were alerted and attacked them. Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and Qian Guangqi couldn't stop smiling. Although the flying ship had a certain value, it was only a magic weapon after all. Moreover, the level of this magic weapon wasn't high. If Xiaoyang was willing to refine it, he could also refine it. If Xiaoyang wasn't willing to refine it, he could also buy it from other blacksmiths. Using the flying ship to exchange for resources with the barbarians was definitely not a loss. Moreover, the flying ship needed spirit stones to operate. The spirit energy in the barbarians' area was thin, so spirit stones were scarce. On the other hand, Xiaoyang and the others had accumulated a huge amount of spirit stones. They could also use these spirit stones to do business with the barbarians. It was simply a small capital and a huge profit. When they arrived at the barbarian tribe, Ada was very hospitable. He asked Ah Sang and Ah Jin to prepare a lot of delicious food for Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang didn't take advantage of the situation. He also took out spirit wine and spirit fruits from his storage ring and shared them with the barbarians. After a round of eating and drinking, the friendship between the two parties improved a lot. Xiaoyang and the others stayed for half a day. Then they bid farewell and left. In order to maintain contact and trade between the two parties, Ada especially gave Xiaoyang and the others a permanent communication card. In other words, in the future, Xiaoyang and the others could enter and leave the two-world mountain freely without being attacked by the barbarians. After the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, Xiaoyang and the others left. On the way back to the Fei Xing Mountain, Qian Guangqi told Xiaoyang about the mission. He said in a self-deprecating tone, "We came to the barbarians' territory to look for rare materials. After searching for a few days, we didn't find much. Once Xiaoyang came, he solved our problem and helped us complete the mission. Xiaoyang is really our lucky star. In the future, we can stabilize our trade with the barbarians and earn a lot of money. This is really something worth celebrating." Lin Shiyun also chimed in excitedly. Only then did Old Master remember that Xiaoyang should be helping the Holy Land. "Xiao, I forgot to ask you. Xiaoyang, you completed the mission. You've completed the mission's Holy Land. Why were you so mysterious?" Xiaoyang said with a smile, "Anyway, the mission is completed. It's fine to tell you now, but try not to spread it." Xiaoyang told them about his trip to the Demon Mountain. Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and Qian Guangqi were all very nervous. It turned out that Xiaoyang had experienced such a dangerous thing. It was really worrying. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had finally completed his mission and was now back safely. Then, they began to sigh about the Holy Lord of the Dark Night. The Holy Lord of the Dark Night, Holy Land, was actually captured by the Demon Mountain. It was really shameful. No wonder Xiaoyang told them not to spread it. If it was spread, it would definitely damage the Holy Lord of the Dark Knight's reputation. It was also no wonder that the great elder of the Dark Knight, Holy Land, was so secretive. Xiaoyang said, "There are many things to be happy about." Then, he talked about meeting Xiao Dahai and subduing the Northern Light City. Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others all widened their eyes in shock. They really didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so capable. In just a month, he had already done such shocking things. Thus, Old Master Xiao, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, and the others all decided that after returning to the Ascension Mountain, they would go to the Northern Light City to take a look. At the same time, they also planned to move the headquarters of the Northern Light City to the Northern Light City. Only a few people were left in the Ascension Pavilion to guard the place. They didn't encounter anything else along the way. They smoothly returned to the Ascension Mountain and went straight to the Ascension Pavilion. After seeing the people left behind in the Ascension Pavilion, they encouraged them with a few words and rewarded them with some cultivation resources. Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others left. The mission they were carrying out this time was a mission issued by the Star Sect. They were going to report it now. After reporting, they would follow Xiaoyang to the Northern Light City. So they traveled together. The sect master of the Star Sect personally came out to meet them. After knowing that Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others had gathered the materials and resources they needed, he was very excited. He also took out the resources that were originally agreed upon and sent them to Qian Guangqi and the others. Just as they left the Star Sect and were about to head to the Northern Light City, they received a letter from Arctic Gray Feather. He said that the training mission had ended and the goal of the plan had been completed. He was going to meet them now. The mission that Arctic Gray Feather carried out was issued by the Xian sect. After receiving the resources that he needed, he quickly headed to where Xiaoyang was. In less than half a day, Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, Lin Shiyun, and the others gathered again. Then, they unanimously decided to head to the Northern Light City. "Xiaoyang, you're amazing. Your ability to earn money is much better than ours. You got a city so quickly." Arctic Gray Feather laughed heartily. After not seeing him for a month, Arctic Gray Feather had become much more tanned. However, his temperament was even sharper and more domineering. Xiaoyang said, "This is all luck. On the other hand, you guys can take charge of things on your own. Congratulations." The group flew towards the Xiao family mountain and finally entered the Northern Light City. The Northern Light City was managed by Sun Dishing. At present, everything was very stable and there were no problems. When Arctic Gray Feather arrived at the city lord's mansion and saw the extravagant city lord's mansion, he immediately fell in love with it. He was so excited that he threatened to live there in the future. Old Master Xiao, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, and the others were also very satisfied with this extravagant and luxurious city lord's mansion. After entering the city lord's mansion, they saw the treasure pavilion that was bustling with people. Sun Dishing followed behind the crowd. He knew that these people in front of him were Xiao Yang's friends, so he maintained a respectful attitude. After seeing that they were interested in the treasure pavilion, he hurriedly introduced the important role of the treasure pavilion and the process of operation. After Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others listened, they were greatly impressed. Then they took out most of the resources and sent them to the treasure pavilion. In an instant, the treasure pavilion became much more abundant. For this reason, Sun Dishing suggested to expand the construction of the treasure pavilion. Xiao Yang left this matter to him alone. After Xiao Yang and the others moved into the city lord's mansion and made the Northern Light City their main base, people from the Sun Sect and Sun Sect immediately came to visit and even sent congratulatory gifts. Chapter 1366. Sir City Lord, people from the Extreme Yang Sect and the Extreme Yang Sect have come to visit. A cultivator who was recently recruited into the city lord's mansion shouted. Sun Dishing looked at Xiao Yang. This was up to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang said calmly they should be friends. Let them in. Dishing, tell the kitchen to prepare some food and wine for the guests. Sun Dishing accepted the order and hurried out to greet the guests. At the same time, he told the cultivator in charge of the food to prepare some food and wine. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, he saw Wu Ong, Tai Fingjue, Tai Fei, and the others. When he saw these big shots, Sun Dishing was dazed for a moment because these big shots were the leaders of first-rate forces. Their power was monstrous, and their cultivation was heaven-defying. Normally, even if one paid a lot of money, it would be difficult to see them. Today, thanks to Xiao Yang, he was able to see them. Sun Dishing felt a great sense of accomplishment and pride. He hurriedly and humbly invited Tai Fei and the others, saying, "Honored guests, our city lord is in the city lord's mansion. Please come with me. The city lord has already prepared a feast and is waiting for you." Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue laughed and praised, saying Xiao Yang is a good boy. All right, let's go. Then they handed over a congratulatory gift to Sun Dishing. After Sun Dishing took it, he hurriedly led them to the living room and told them to wait for a while. Then he went to the meeting room to find Xiao Yang and report the situation. Along the way, he met Sun Yukai, who had just returned from his patrol. He laughed and said to Sun Yukai in a friendly manner, "Yukai, Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue of the Extreme Yang Sect are both here. It seems that their relationship with the city lord is not ordinary. Don't show your cultivation method first. If you need it in the future, use it." Sun Yukai obeyed and went out again. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to use this bit of karma when it was necessary and not waste it at this moment. Like Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, if they found a cultivator who also cultivated the cultivation method of the never-setting sun sect, they would definitely look at them in a different light and support them. In this way, this little bit of friendship would be wasted here. It would be better to let Sun Yukai grow to a certain level. When that time came, he would attract the attention of Tai Fei and the others. They would definitely pay more attention to him. After watching Sun Yukai leave, Sun Dishing entered the meeting hall with a smile. In the meeting room, Xiao Yang, Qian Guangqi, Lin Shiyun, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others were all present. They were discussing how to build Borealis City. Xiao Yang directly threw all the work to them and let them do their own thing. After seeing Sun Dishing come over, everyone stopped talking. Sun Dishing reported the situation truthfully. He had already brought the people of the Extreme Yang Sect and the Extreme Yin Sect to the living room. Xiao Yang asked Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others if they wanted to meet them together. Arctic Gray Feather smiled and refused. He straightforwardly explained that this kind of business matter, Xiaoyang was the most suitable to do it, and they would be responsible for carrying it out. Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, and the others also agreed with this statement. Xiaoyang had no choice but to meet the guests alone. After coming to the living room, he saw Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, Wu Ang, and a few other people. There were also a few unfamiliar faces. Judging from the identity tokens on their waists, they were probably people of the extreme Yin sect. Fellow Taoists, this Xiao is very grateful for your arrival. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. After Xiaoyang entered the living room, he hurriedly bowed modestly. After greeting them separately, he called for them to sit down and start the banquet. Wu Ang, Tai Fingjue, and Tai Fei knew Xiaoyang, so they had more topics to talk about. Their conversations were humorous and casual. On the other hand, the guests from the Tai Yin martial school did not talk much. They just smiled and acted as spectators. Of course, Xiaoyang did not ignore them. Occasionally, he would ask them a few questions, trying to create a harmonious atmosphere. After eating for an hour, when everyone was almost full, they began to talk about business. This time, the people of the extreme Yang sect and the extreme Yin sect came. Greetings and gifts were only secondary. Their real purpose was to talk about cooperation. After all, when Xiaoyang, Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, and the others moved into the Northern Light City, they did not cause a big commotion, nor did they spread any rumors. They also did not invite anyone, so there was no such thing as a banquet. The fact that Tai Fei and the others could follow in time meant that they had been paying close attention to the movements of Xiaoyang and the others. Of course, Xiaoyang did not mind their attention. At least this way, they could communicate more easily. When it came to business, the extreme Yang sect talked about their request. It was about formations. Ever since Xiaoyang defeated the demons of Mount Wui, the demons had been restless. They had attacked Mount Wui many times. The war was tragic. For this, the extreme Yang sect wanted to build a reliable formation to stop the demons' attacks. Thus, they came to find Xiaoyang. It was not that the extreme Yang sect's formations were weak, but they hoped to get a stronger formation from Xiaoyang. The people of the extreme Yin sect hoped that Xiaoyang and the others could go to the extreme Yin sect. They had a wordless stone wall that they could not understand. They hoped that Xiaoyang could go and try. Of course, whether it was the extreme Yang sect or the extreme Yin sect, they offered very tempting resources. After thinking for a while, Xiaoyang agreed. Then he found Arctic Gray Feather, Qian Guangqi, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, and the others. He taught them a more advanced formation. They had learned the formation that Xiaoyang taught them before. So, when they learned the more advanced formation, it would be twice the result with half the effort. Xiaoyang taught them the formation separately. Then he let them study it on their own. If there was something they did not understand, they could ask Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang would guide them. In less than a day, they had completely grasped this set of even more advanced combined attack formation. Then, they listened to Xiaoyang's orders and left with Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, Wu Ang, and the others. They went to the Wui mountain area to take care of that battle line. Xiaoyang explained to Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue that he had already taught them the combined attack formation. When the time came, all they needed to do was to set up the formation in Mount Wui. Besides, he could also let the other Sun Martial School disciples learn the combined attack formation. This made the extreme Yang sect very grateful. They gave out a lot of cultivation resources and filled up the North Light City's treasury again. Of course, if there were any materials or resources that caught Xiaoyang's eye, he would definitely take them first, followed by Qian Guangqi, North Pole Gray Feather, Lin Shiyin, Xiao family's great-grandpa, and the others. Only those common resources and materials that didn't catch Xiaoyang's eye would be in the treasure pavilion. Chapter 1367. The people from the extreme Yang sect and extreme Yin sect decided to check out the treasure pavilion of the city Lord's mansion before they left. During the time they were in the city, Lord's mansion, they noticed many citizens of the North Light City moving in and out. It was very lively and noisy, which attracted their attention. Because of this, they specifically asked Xiaoyang why there were so many people moving in and out of the city Lord's mansion. Fortunately, the treasure pavilion was only in a corner of the city Lord's mansion and didn't occupy a large area. Otherwise, it would definitely disturb Xiaoyang, Sun Dishing, and the others' work. Xiaoyang originally wanted Sun Dishing to explain, but after thinking about it, in order to show his respect for them, he decided to explain himself. The purpose of the treasure pavilion is to exchange what is needed and what is not. As long as the power of exchange is strong enough, it will allow the cultivators to achieve their greatest goal with minimal cost. For example, some cultivators lack other medicinal ingredients, and it just so happens that the cultivators around them don't have them. If they want to buy it, they have to travel far away and pay a huge price. Perhaps they will use other precious resources to exchange. But here, they can buy or exchange for it at a price lower than the market price, which is very convenient for them. Moreover, the City Lord's mansion won't bully them, unlike other monopolistic merchants who take the opportunity to extort. In short, the business of the treasure pavilion is a business of conscience. You can see it from the emotions of the citizens. Sun Dishing knew the importance and benefits of the treasure pavilion and hurriedly added, "The existence of the treasure pavilion solves the problem of many cultivators being unable to get information. If every cultivator has their own circle, then their materials and cultivation resources can be circulated within their circle, and they're almost isolated from other circles. This makes it very difficult for them to exchange, because they don't know the situation of other circles and also don't know the situation of other cultivators' resources. So they can't exchange. And the existence of the treasure pavilion is like a big market. Many cultivators come here to buy and exchange, and almost all kinds of resources are available. This makes it convenient for many cultivators to collect medicinal ingredients, increasing their efficiency." There were many other benefits that Sun Dishing didn't mention, because the time and atmosphere weren't suitable. One had to know he was only working for Xiaoyang, and now he was only Xiaoyang's steward and servant. It wasn't suitable for him to talk here, and he also didn't have the qualifications to talk to Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, and the others on equal terms. If he stole Xiaoyang's limelight, it would be a huge mistake. He would not make such a small mistake. Although Sun Dishing did not say much, Tai Fingyi, Tai Fingjue, and the others immediately understood the great use of the treasure pavilion after hearing the news. Their eyes could not help but light up. They were thinking that they could try to set up a similar existence when they returned to the sect. They admired Xiaoyang even more and were even more determined to visit the treasure pavilion. If there were any resources that caught their eye, they might be able to exchange and purchase them here. After Tai Fei, Tai Fingjue, and the others expressed their desire to visit, Xiaoyang personally led them to the treasure pavilion in order to give them enough respect. Sun Dishing accompanied him the whole time. If the guest needed any explanation, he would explain it in detail. After entering the treasure pavilion, Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue were once again stunned. What stunned them wasn't the abundance of materials and resources, but the detailed explanations of the materials, such as their uses, growing environment, age, etc. There were also many explanations of the magical treasures, such as their composition, history, power, and usage techniques. This detailed explanation was very insightful. Every sentence was on the key points. Many cultivators who did not know anything could understand the characteristics of the materials at a glance. Although the Extreme Yang sect and Extreme Moon sect also had similar explanations, their explanations were not as good as Xiaoyang's. Their explanations were like the insights of a young man, while Xiaoyang's was like the wisdom of a wise old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Even Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, who were knowledgeable and experienced experts, were shocked. They were greatly shocked and in awe. Their understanding of Xiaoyang had increased to another level. Even though the people from the extreme moon sect were not as knowledgeable as Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, they were also able to see a different meaning from this detailed explanation. They were secretly amazed. Although this treasure pavilion was not big, it was small, but it had all the essentials. It was very rich. Because of these detailed introductions, their desire to buy was multiplied. They also wanted to test whether a certain medicinal ingredient was as described in the introductions. In addition, they also thought that if the medicinal ingredient was as described in the introductions, then they could use this medicinal ingredient in other places or replace other medicinal ingredients. In short, every single one of the herbs was more powerful than what they knew. If their knowledge stopped at level 2, then Xiao Yang's knowledge would have soared to level 5. A level 5 herb's potential would naturally be more powerful than a level 2 herb. Therefore, a level 2 material was like discovering a new continent. They were curious and wanted to learn. Just the disciples of the Extreme Yang sect and Extreme Moon sect were buying a shocking amount. Fortunately, they also used other materials and cultivation resources to exchange. Otherwise, 1/3 of the resources in the treasure pavilion would have been bought by them. Tai Fei looked at Sun Dishing, who was beside him, and said respectfully to Sun Dishing, "Patriarch Sun, City Lord Xiaoyang is indeed a dragon among men. His knowledge of cultivation resources is several levels higher than ours. For you to be able to learn from him, it really makes me envious." Sun Dishing's eyes were filled with pride, but his expression remained calm and respectful. He had indeed learned a lot of useful knowledge from Xiaoyang. He had also obtained a great fortune and help from Xiaoyang. He was both grateful and respectful to Xiaoyang. In the past, he might have felt that being a servant to others was a bit shameful and damaged his dignity. However, after following Xiaoyang for a while, he suddenly changed this kind of thinking. Because Xiaoyang was like a wise man who could let him learn new knowledge at any time. He felt that Xiaoyang's every move seemed to contain some kind of Tao meaning. Therefore, he was now proud to follow Xiaoyang. This kind of great opportunity was not something that just anyone could have. Hearing Tai Fei's praise, Sun Dishing's heart was indeed floating. Although he could be proud and conceited to have encountered such a good thing, Sun Dishing knew his position. He hurriedly replied humbly, "Thank you for your praise. To be able to follow the city lord is indeed my great fortune. The city lord has shown me great kindness and has treated us extremely well. This is indeed our honor." Chapter 1368. We are very happy to be able to follow such a city lord and are willing to sacrifice our lives for him. Tai Fingjue, Wu Yang, Zhao Min, Zhao Hong, and the others admired Xiaoyang even more after hearing Sun Dishing's words. This was because not only was Xiaoyang knowledgeable and outstanding, but he was also excellent at managing and buying people's hearts. It was truly awe-inspiring. Wu Yang was very happy because he had once fought alongside Xiaoyang. Now that he had met such a wise and capable person like Xiaoyang, he felt proud. He deliberately slowed down his pace to be at the same level as Sun Dishing. Then he whispered proudly, "Patriarch Sun, although I am a bit envious of you, I think you should also be envious of me because I was fortunate enough to fight alongside City Lord Xiaoyang at Firmament Peak in the Outer Realm." As for the rest, Wu Yang didn't say anything, because it would be a bit embarrassing if he said too much. In the process of fighting side by side, he was basically saved by Xiaoyang, and it was also Xiaoyang who helped him find the low-grade Heavenly Fire Seed. As a disciple of the Extreme Yang sect, he should maintain his dignity and pride, so he couldn't say too much about embarrassing things. After hearing Wu Yang's words, Sun Dishing's eyes lit up. He said with admiration, "So, fellow Taoist, Wu has such a relationship with the city lord. It is truly enviable." Wu Yang became more arrogant again. He pretended to be humble and nodded. His eyes were full of pride. Because they had walked through the treasure pavilion, they were able to get to know Xiaoyang better. All of a sudden, Xiaoyang's position in their hearts rose by a lot. When they looked at Xiaoyang, even the way they looked at him had changed. Xiaoyang, who was leading the team, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the changes in their expressions and gazes. He felt that they were deifying him. However, he didn't explain anything. Wu Yang, Zhao Min, Zhao Hong Wuang, and the other disciples exchanged and bought a large amount of materials and resources in the treasure pavilion. First, it was to show their support and show goodwill to Xiaoyang. Second, it was because these materials and resources were what they needed. They feel satisfied and accomplished. Although they were from large sects and forces and had abundant cultivation resources, there were still some rare materials that were difficult for them to obtain. Even if they could obtain them, they would have to pay an extremely high price. However, because the circulation of resources in the treasure pavilion was too strong, they collected almost all the resources they needed in a short time. With these cultivation resources, they would be able to increase their cultivation level or evolve a certain martial skill after returning to the sect. It could be said that this trip was not in vain, and they had profited greatly. Of course, Xiaoyang's treasure pavilion didn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, they earned a lot. This was originally a matter of mutual benefit, and cooperation was a win-win situation. After Wu Yang bought the last set of materials he needed, he couldn't help but proudly show off to his fellow disciples, senior sister Zhao Min, senior brother Zhao Hong, junior brother Wu Wang. City Lord Zhao's treasure pavilion really has a wide variety of materials. I have already collected enough materials to break through to the next realm. You all should hurry up. Good things don't wait for people. His urging was very reasonable. The circulation of resources here was very strong, and every place where the materials were placed was quickly changed. Because there were many customers who wanted to exchange, there were also many customers who wanted to buy. If they wanted a material but didn't buy it immediately, then it was very likely that the next customer would come and take it away. Zhao Min, Zhao Hong, Wu Wang, and the others were also very excited. After hearing Wu Yang's urging, they couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Zhao Min even told him not to show off. Look, isn't that the ocean wind fruit? Junior sister, quickly go and exchange for it. Zhao Hong's eyes were sharp, and he immediately found the ocean wind fruit that Zhao Min had underestimated. This kind of material was not easy to obtain even in the extreme Yang sect. Zhao Min raised her head and saw the material. Her eyes lit up with joy as she excitedly walked over. Then, she asked the staff to exchange or buy the ocean wind fruit. She was almost ecstatic. She didn't expect the treasure pavilion to have the ocean wind fruit. She knew that it was very beneficial to the circulation of other cultivators. Junior sister, I found all the resources you need to break through to the next realm. I've also found them. Later, we'll go into seclusion to break through. Zhao Hong said excitedly. Zhao Min blushed and secretly glanced at Xiaoyang, who was at the front of the group. No one knew what she was thinking. Ever since Xiaoyang saved her life on the Songming Peak, she couldn't forget about Xiaoyang. After knowing that Xiaoyang had helped Wu Yang find the heavenly fire, she admired Xiaoyang even more. One had to know that Xiaoyang was only an intermediate realm cultivator at that time. Now, Xiaoyang had ascended to the upper realm and was even the leader of the Northern Lights group. He had completed many important missions that even the extreme Yang sect and Dark Night, Sacred Ground, couldn't complete. Xiaoyang's name had already spread far and wide, and his name had already spread to the upper realm. Zhao Min yearned for such a promising young man even more. However, she hid these thoughts in her heart. She had always been shy, so she naturally couldn't say it out loud. Moreover, if she was rejected, she would lose all her face. No matter what, she was still the pride of the extreme Yang sect. She had to pay attention to things like dignity and reputation. Zhao Min turned around and looked at Zhao Hong gratefully. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Zhao Hong. Although I've collected all the herbs I need, the opportunity to break through hasn't arrived yet. Senior brother Zhao Hong, you can break through first." Zhao Hong chuckled and looked at Zhao Min gently. "Junior sister, actually my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. It's fine. When we find the opportunity, we can break through together. Zhao Min frowned slightly. She knew a little about Zhao Hong's thoughts. As a girl, her sixth sense had always been sensitive. If it wasn't for Xiao Yang's appearance, Zhao Min also felt that Zhao Hong wasn't bad. However, ever since she saw Xiao Yang's heroic appearance and elegance, she felt that Zhao Hong was far inferior. Zhao Min also felt that it wasn't shameful to admire the strong. Therefore, she expressed her thoughts to Zhao Hong and said, "Senior brother, it's like this. I plan to follow City Lord Xiao Yang for a period of time so that I can learn more about cultivation. Maybe this will be a lifetime. After all, there is no end to learning. Senior brother Zhao Hong, things like breaking through cultivation cannot wait. So, if you have an opportunity, don't wait for me." Zhao Hong suddenly became absent-minded and lost his soul. Even a fool could understand the meaning behind her words. He had been rejected. With a slightly pale face, he squeezed out an awkward and forced smile. "Junior sister, I admire your eagerness to learn. If the situation permits, I will also learn from City Lord Xiao." Chapter 1369. Zhao Min did not say anything else. Since Zhao Hong was so insistent, she would just let him be. Wu Yang, on the other hand, saw their conversation. He pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. Then he pretended as if nothing had happened and looked at the other rare materials calmly. To be honest, he wasn't very satisfied with Zhao Hong because Zhao Hong came from a large upper-class family. He was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Although there was still some respect between fellow apprentices, it was impossible for the arrogance in his bones to disappear. Wu Yan had been attacked by him many times. Of course, the attacks were not overt, but tactful. In short, Wu Yang and Zhao Hong did not get along, even if Wu Yang became the second person to obtain the heavenly fire. Therefore, if he could choose, he hoped that Zhao Min would choose Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's ability, strength, background, status, character, and so on were undoubtedly much better than Zhao Hong. Wu Yang thought for a moment. He had endured many difficulties and rejection from Zhao Hong in the past. Perhaps it was time for him to explode and feel better. Therefore, he said to Zhao Min, "Senior sister, junior brother was once taken care of by City Lord Xiao. I also want to express my feelings to City Lord Xiao so that I can learn from him. If senior sister has the same idea, why don't we go look for City Lord Xiao later? I think City Lord Xiao is a generous and magnanimous person. He shouldn't refuse." Zhao Min's eyes lit up. She nodded and said, "Junior brother, you're right. You won't forget me even if there's such a good thing. I'll remember you." Wu Yang chuckled and was very pleased, telling Zhao Min not to be polite. Zhao Hong saw this and was furious. He glared at Wu Yang angrily, blaming the latter for instigating Zhao Min to get close to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was so outstanding that even someone as proud as Zhao Hong felt pressured. If Zhao Min learned from Xiao Yang, she would probably never return. Moreover, Zhao Min already had this intention and had already expressed it to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong clenched his fists tightly, then slowly loosened them as he endured it. This was the inner part of the treasure pavilion. Not only were the upper echelons of the sect present, but there were also people from the lunar sect, as well as Xiao Yang, Sun Dishing, and the others. If there was a conflict between fellow disciples here, it would probably become a joke. Zhao Hong was still able to see the big picture. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue, these two almighty beings, were rarely interested in these cultivation resources. Occasionally, when they saw materials that caught their eye, Sun Dishing would immediately pack them up. Therefore, the two of them had a lot of free time and noticed these juniors. After finding out about them, they couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. After taking a few steps, Tai Fei had a strange idea. He smiled at Xiao Yang and said, "City Lord Xiao, if any of my sect's disciples want to learn from you, please take care of them." Xiao Yang looked at Tai Fei strangely. He couldn't understand why Tai Fei would say something like that. The extreme Yang sect was already one of the top forces in the upper realm. What did they need other people to teach them? Didn't the extreme Yang sect have everything? Tai Fei clearly saw Xiaoyang's doubts and hurriedly explained, "There is no end to learning. Although the extreme Yang sect is a large sect, it has its own limitations. It can't be perfect. City Lord Xiao, on the other hand, not only are you good at cultivation, medicinal herbs, pills, formations, and so on, your knowledge is top-notch. If possible, I would like a large group of disciples to learn from you. Of course, you are now the city lord. You are a busy person, so we don't dare to trouble you too much. If 1 or 2 disciples learn from you, this shouldn't be a big problem." Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. It really wasn't good to refuse. He didn't want to make things awkward for everyone. He smiled and said, "It's fine to bring 1 or 2. As long as they can bear hardships and are willing to learn, it's fine. I don't mind teaching what I know." "Then, thank you, City Lord Xiao." Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue laughed and continued to follow Xiaoyang around the treasure pavilion. Wu Yang's ears were very sharp. He immediately caught the conversation between Tai Fei and Xiaoyang. He looked at Zhao Min with a smile and said softly, "Senior sister, there's an 80% to 90% chance that this matter will succeed. The Peak Master and the elders have also appeared." Zhao Min was a bit excited. Her face was slightly red, and she didn't say anything more. Zhao Hong was dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. His eyes were rolling, and no one knew what he was thinking. This trip to the treasure pavilion took half a day. They chatted as they walked, as if they were taking a stroll. After walking through the treasure pavilion, Tai Fei and the others didn't have any intention to stay. Xiaoyang and Sun Dishing personally sent them off. Before leaving, Tai Fingjue said, "City Lord Xiao, we will see you off here." Then he looked at Wu Yang, Zhao Min, and the others and asked, "Who wants to stay and learn from City Lord Xiao? This is a good opportunity. I hope you will cherish it. Of course, the sect won't force you. It's all up to you." Wu Yang was the first to stand up and said, "I'm willing. I hope to learn more. I hope Big Brother Xiao can help me." Xiaoyang glanced at Wu Yang. He knew that Wu Yang had some fate with him. When Xiaoyang had just ascended to the upper realm and went to Mount Wuyi to carry out a mission, Wu Yang had come all the way to find him and said that he would give his family property to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had a good impression of Wu Yang. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll count you in." Wu Yang was very excited and quickly expressed his gratitude. He knew that he could follow Xiaoyang for a while. "Senior sister, what about you?" Wu Yang shouted excitedly at Zhao Min. Zhao Min secretly glanced at Xiaoyang and immediately retracted her gaze. She gathered her courage and said nervously, "I'm also willing to learn from City Lord Xiao. I hope City Lord Xiao won't mind." Zhao Hong, Wuong, and the others also spoke one after another. It seemed that all of them were very enthusiastic. Xiaoyang frowned slightly and said calmly, "I can only teach 2 at most. So, Wu Yang, you decide the last one." Zhao Hong, Wuong, and the others all looked at Wu Yang, hoping that Wu Yang would choose them. Wu Yang ignored them and said to Zhao Min, "Senior sister, we'll learn from City Lord Xiao together." Zhao Min looked at him with gratitude and nodded. "Okay." Xiaoyang made the decision and said, "Then it'll be the 2 of you." Zhao Hong, Wuong, and the others were all sad. Tai Fei and Tai Fingjue told Wu Yang and Zhao Min to learn from Xiaoyang. Then they took out the airship and prepared to leave. Qian Guangqi, Arctic Gray Feather, and the others also boarded the airship. They were going to Mount Wuyi to set up a joint attack formation there to stop the demon race's invasion. After boarding the airship, they also told Xiaoyang to take care. Xiaoyang told them to be careful. Chapter 1370. Other than Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyin, the 2 elders of the Northern Lights, the other elders also went over. As the people of the Taiyang sect left, the people of the Taiyin sect also said goodbye to Xiaoyang. They hoped that Xiaoyang could follow them to the Taiyin sect to comprehend the wordless wall. However, Xiaoyang politely rejected them. However, he did not reject this business and only promised to find time to go over as soon as possible. In this regard, the people of the Taiying sect did not insist. They could only maintain their expectations for Xiaoyang. The reason why Xiaoyang temporarily stayed in the Northern Light City was very simple. That was, he hoped that Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun could meet the people of the Xiao family in the Upper Realm. After watching the people of the Taiying sect leave, Xiaoyang, Old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyun, and the others returned to the city, Lord Mansion. Wu Yang and Zhao Min immediately followed, as if they were Xiaoyang's left and right attendants protecting him. Sun Dishing did not say much about this because he knew that these two people were only here to learn and would not compete with him for favor. His position was irreplaceable. After returning to the living room again, Sun Dishing did not accompany them and went to deal with the official business that he had to deal with. Because Xiaoyang was the boss, he had to deal with a lot of official business, such as the treasure pavilion, the security of the city, the management of subordinates, other disputes, and so on. Wu Yang and Zhao Min stayed behind and followed behind Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not say much and signaled to Old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun to sit down. After the two sat down, before the two could ask why they were not allowed to go, Xiaoyang spoke first. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, I asked you to stay because I wanted to tell you about the Xiao family that I met in the Upper Realm. Xiaoyang said calmly, What? There are people of the Xiao family in the Upper Realm. Old Master Xiao was clearly very excited. His eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaoyang expectantly. He was already several hundred years old. Even though he was no longer part of the earliest Xiao family, he had heard a lot about the history of Xiao family. It was rumored that the first ancestor of the Xiao family had long reached King Wu level 4. Later on, he went into seclusion and declared that he would only come out after reaching King Wu level 5. However, ever since the Ascension Passage was sealed, the old Master Xiao no longer had the legend of the Xiao family's ancestor. It could be said that Old Master Xiao greatly revered the Xiao family's ancestor. He practically regarded the Xiao family's ancestor as his idol and role model. He worshipped him greatly. For the past 100 years, he had always thought that legends were just legends and that there would be no chance to prove them. However, now that he heard about the Xiaoyang's people in the Upper Realm, he was naturally very excited. Xiaoyang knew how excited Old Master Xiao was. When Xiaoyang first met Xiao Dahai and the other Xiao family members, he was also excited and curious. He replied to Old Master Xiao with certainty, Great-grandfather, I, Xiaoyang, have never lied. Old Master Xiao said excitedly, I know. I'm just too excited. I can't believe it. I've also heard about the Xiao family in the Upper Realm. However, after the Ascension Passage was sealed, I didn't have any news about them. Xiaoyang said, Xiao Dahai is the current head of the Upper Realm. He's currently in the Xiao family city. He's also part of the Xiao family mountain like our Northern Light City. We're not far from each other. If they know about your arrival, they'll be even more excited. I've already sent out a message to inform them. They're probably already on their way here. Good. Xiaoyang, I also want to meet them. Old Master Xiao said excitedly with a face full of smiles. Lin Shiyun maintained her smile from beginning to end. However, her eyes were a little brighter. It seemed that she was also happy to see this happen. Xiao Family City. After Xiao Dahai moved back into the city that originally belonged to them, he didn't use Xiaoyang's power to start a massacre. He only adopted a policy of appeasement, hoping that they could get along peacefully. He tried his best to recruit the Qian family, Nangong family, Lu family, and other large families. These families, naturally, didn't have any room to refute. They were also happy to see Xiao Dahai's policy. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus. Xiao Family City quickly restored order and production. The reason Xiao Dahai did this was because he didn't have enough strength. The only person they could rely on was Xiaoyang, who had ascended from the Middle Realm. Now that Xiaoyang was far away in Northern Light City, it was impossible for him to take care of the Shao family. Thus, Xiao Dahai didn't dare to rashly start a war with the various large families without sufficient strength. The Qian family, Nangong family, Lu family, and other large families were also willing to get along peacefully because of Xiao Yang's existence. Xiao Yang was too powerful. He had forced City Lord Qin to leave and forced old ancestor Dongfang to bow his head. This kind of powerful character wasn't someone they could resist. In short, they temporarily got along peacefully. Xiao Dahai was very satisfied with this. At least their Xiao family had time to recuperate. They didn't have to leave their hometown and didn't have to abandon the elderly, women, and children. They could let the Xiao family reunite. This was a good thing. He advised his clansmen to work hard in their cultivation. They could only rely on themselves in the future. Xiao Yang could only protect them for a while, not for a lifetime. Xiao family members went into seclusion one after another. The elderly, women, and children went into production. They were all very diligent. It was at this time that Xiao Dahai received a message from Xiao Yang, saying that he was going to introduce a middle realm Xiao family member to him. Xiao Dahai naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Although he didn't know who Xiao Yang was introducing, as long as Xiao Yang opened his mouth, he had to treat it seriously. Thus, he immediately set off for Northern Light City. Ever since he parted ways with Xiao Yang, he knew that Xiao Yang was going to Northern Light City. It was just that he didn't follow at that time. Regarding this, he was deeply apologetic. Now that Xiao Yang had already moved into Northern Light City, no matter what, he had to personally make a trip there. When he decided to go to Northern Light City, he hesitated for a while. In the end, he decided to bring along the Xiao family seal, as well as the Xiao family's other specialties and cultivation resources. Although these things weren't too expensive, at least Xiao Yang didn't care about them. However, this was enough to express their attitude because these were the Xiao family's most important resources. After hurrying for half a day, they finally arrived at Northern Light City. When they arrived at Northern Light City, they were immediately notified by the city lord's residents and respectfully invited in. At the same time, Xiao Yang also received a report from Sun Dishing, saying that Xiao Dahai and the Xiao family members had arrived. City, lord's residence, living room. Xiao Yang, who was sitting in his seat and drinking tea, smiled. See, I said they should be here. Old Master Xiao was very excited. I think let's go welcome them. Xiao Yang nodded. He didn't really care about this. As soon as they walked out of the city, lord's residence, they saw Xiao Dahai and the others who were covered in dust. Big brother Xiao. Xiao Dahai hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yang. Chapter 1371. Xiao Yang also returned the greeting and introduced. Dahai, this is the midstream old Master Xiao. He's very senior, probably many generations older than you. Xiao Dahai didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed, respectfully saying, Greetings, great-grandfather. Then he took a few more glances at old Master Xiao, wanting to remember him in his heart. He had always maintained a great curiosity towards the midstream Xiao family members, as well as a sense of familiarity. Old Master Xiao didn't put on airs. He revealed a smile and looked kindly at Xiao Dahai, softly saying, Dahai, are you now the current head of the upper stream Xiao family? And very good. I'm also very happy to meet you. Xiao Dahai was simply overwhelmed by the favor and was very touched. He didn't feel superior just because he was an upper stream person. Perhaps he was once glorious, but after the first ancestor of the Xiao family went into seclusion, their Xiao family gradually declined. Even to the point where they were now in such dire straits, they could only accept Xiao Yang's gifts and care in order to survive. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed up by the Dongfang family, Qian family, Nangong family, and Lu family. Therefore, he came to North Light City this time with a heart full of gratitude and was prepared to lower his status. He didn't expect old Master Xiao to be so polite and treat him with such importance. Xiao Dahai didn't hide his thoughts. Greatly moved, he took out the Xiao family seal and said, This is the Xiao family seal passed down by the first ancestor of the Xiao family. With this seal, you're like the head of the family. Any member of the Xiao family must be obedient, so I implore you to take the position of head of the family." Xiaoyang frowned and looked at old Master Xiao, indifferently saying, "Great-grandfather, you can decide on this matter." Lin Shiyun had a surprised expression. She didn't expect Xiao Dahai to do this at all. She looked at him in astonishment and said, "Junior of the Xiao family, why are you doing this?" Lin Shiyun naturally had the right to call him a junior, because he wasn't as old as Lin Shiyun. Moreover, he had married into a Xiao family and became the great-grandmother of a Xiao family. In terms of seniority, he was several levels higher than the other party. Xiao Dahai respectfully glanced at Lin Shiyun. At first, he didn't recognize Lin Shiyun, nor did he know who Lin Shiyun was. He only saw Lin Shiyun together with old Master Xiao, Xiaoyang, and the others. He guessed that she should be one of the upper echelons of Northern Light City, so he didn't think of anything else. Now that he heard the question of an unfamiliar woman, he didn't know what to say. Xiaoyang clearly saw through the other party's thoughts and immediately explained with a smile, "This is the Xiao family's grandmother, your grandmother, old Master Zhao's first wife." When Xiao Dahai heard this, he immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, "It's like this. I'm not good at management. Under my leadership, the Xiao family has gradually gone downhill. This is something I don't want to see. Therefore, I earnestly request you to be the head of the family and lead the family to rise." When old Master Xiao heard that the upper-level Xiao family had gone downhill, he couldn't help but frown. He couldn't bear it in his heart, but he didn't immediately agree. He only looked at Xiaoyang hesitantly and said, "I'm already a member of the Northern Light. If I were to be the head of the family, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Moreover, I'm someone who came up from the middle level. I'm afraid that the other family members will be prejudiced against me." Xiaoyang calmly said, "The members of the Northern Light are free. You can do whatever you want. There's no need to be restrained." Xiao Dahai hurriedly explained, "Right now, there aren't many members of the Xiao family left. If we can rise up under your leadership, I think that everyone in the Xiao family will listen to your arrangements." Old Master Xiao nodded and said, "To be honest, I was already the head of the family when I was in the middle level. I was in charge of everything, and I also managed the 9 mountains and seas. The 9 mountains and seas are as big as the lower level. Therefore, I'm very good at management. If you don't mind, I can help you manage the Xiao family. When the Xiao family rises up, I'll return it to you." Xiao Dahai was instantly moved. He shed tears of gratitude and said, "Thank you, great-grandfather. I don't care much about power and wealth. What I care about is the rise of the Xiao family. Xiaoyang, with someone as sensible and considerate as you, it's time for him to rise up." The Xiao clan's great master said in admiration. Lin Shiyun said, "Don't worry. I'll also help the Xiao family." "Thank you, great-grandmother." Xiao Dahai once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Xiaoyang saw that they had reached an agreement. He said to old Master Xiao, "Great-grandfather, the Xiao family currently doesn't have anyone to hold the fort in the big city. Why don't you go with great-grandmother?" This was also the reason why Xiaoyang left the 2 of them behind. He didn't let them follow Qian Guangqi to carry out the mission. Xiaoyang's original intention was also to hope that the Xiao family could rise up. "And then let's go," old Master Xiao responded. Then he left the city lord's mansion with Lin Shiyun. As for Xiao Dahai, who had just arrived, he originally wanted to congratulate Xiaoyang. However, it seemed that he didn't have time now. Therefore, he left the congratulatory gift behind and hurriedly left with old Master Xiao and Lin Shiyun. Xiaoyang didn't accept the congratulatory gift. Instead, he had Sun Dishing go to the treasure pavilion to collect some materials and resources and gave them to Xiao Dahai. Xiao Dahai was so grateful that he couldn't express it with words. Oriental City. A group of people dressed in luxurious clothes set out. Their destination was the Northern Light City. The purpose of the southern forest of the east was naturally to obtain the soul blood that Xiaoyang had already grasped. At that time, he was the vanguard and came to stop Xiaoyang. However, he was defeated by Xiaoyang. Therefore, Xiaoyang took away his soul blood and promised him that if old ancestor Dongfang defeated Xiaoyang, then Xiaoyang would return the soul blood. Xiaoyang and old ancestor Dongfang had indeed met once. However, before the battle started, old ancestor Dongfang admitted defeat. This also led to the soul blood of the southern forest of the east being in the hands of Xiaoyang. This time, when he went to the Northern Light City, he actually didn't have the confidence to get the soul blood back. Everything depended on luck. Recently, old ancestor Dongfang's performance was very good. Perhaps Xiaoyang would give him some face. This was also the reason why old ancestor Dongfang called old ancestor Dongfang to the southern forest of the east. As for City Lord Qin, after he received old ancestor Dongfang's persuasion letter, he decisively gave Qin City to Xiaoyang. This was the origin of the Northern Light City. Along the way, City Lord Qin also accompanied him to the Northern Light City. He also had some hope that Xiaoyang would return the soul blood to him. Old ancestor Dongfang's expression was somewhat heavy. With his face, if he only asked Xiaoyang to return a person's soul blood, he might be able to do it. If he asked Xiaoyang to return the soul blood of two people, it might be difficult. However, he still had to give it a try. Dongfang Nanlin was an outstanding disciple of the Dongfang family. He was the leader of the younger generation. For the future of the Dongfang family, old ancestor Dongfang would definitely not give up Dongfang Nanlin. And City Lord Qin was old ancestor Dongfang's relative. Without old ancestor Dongfang's request for help, he took the initiative to intercept Xiaoyang. Chapter 1372. Later on, they even obeyed old ancestor Dongfang's orders and retreated. Old ancestor Dongfang wouldn't give up on such loyal and obedient in-laws. Therefore, he finally decided to bring two people to Borealis City. They walked for half a day and arrived at Borealis City. Xiaoyang also sent off old Master Xiao, Lin Shiyin, Xiao Dahai, and the others. Xiaoyang was surprised to see old ancestor Dongfang, Dongfang Nanlin, City Lord Chen, and the others. He didn't expect them to come. Since they were already here, he could only greet them. He smiled and said, "Old ancestor Dongfang, City Lord Chen, welcome." Then, he led them into the city lord's mansion. Old ancestor Dongfang politely cupped his fists and said, "I heard that Senior Xiao has moved into Borealis City, so I came to congratulate you. I hope you don't mind us disturbing you." Then he signaled Dongfang Nanlin and the others behind him to send over the congratulatory gifts. Wu Yang and Zhao Min, who were following Xiaoyang, hurriedly accepted the gifts for Xiaoyang. They were the disciples of the extreme Yang sect and had noble status. Now that they were helping Xiaoyang, they didn't feel wronged. However, this scene was seen by old ancestor Dongfang, City Lord Chen, and the others. They were very surprised. They could tell Wu Yang and Zhao Min's identity at a glance. They couldn't believe that the disciples of the extreme Yang sect would work for Xiaoyang. However, when they thought of Xiaoyang's terrifying ability, they quickly calmed down. In the city lord's mansion's living room, Xiaoyang accompanied them for a while. Then he took out 2 drops of soul blood and returned them to Dongfang Nanlin and City Lord Qin. He also expressed his hope that they could get along with each other peacefully. This naturally made old ancestor Dongfang very happy and excited. Dongfang Nanlin and City Lord Chen were even more impressed by Xiaoyang and quickly agreed. After Xiaoyang left, only Wu Yang and Zhao Min accompanied them and invited them to stay for a few days. Old ancestor Dongfang didn't refuse. He said that it was a long and tiring journey and that they would only stay for one night. After Wu Yang arranged a room for them and gave them some food, he let them go. On the morning of the 2nd day, they bid farewell and left. Xiaoyang left Borealis City that night and went to the Sun sect. He had promised the Sun-Moon sect that he would help them to comprehend the Sun-Moon sect's Holy Land's wall, so that he could write the Sun-Moon sect's knowledge. Now that Xiaoyang could spare some time, it was naturally better for him to help complete the quest. It wasn't easy for the Northern Lights to build up their reputation, and they didn't want it to be ruined just like that. Along the way, Xiaoyang traveled at a leisurely pace. His expression was gentle and as calm as water. Zhao Min and Wu Yang followed beside him. Xiaoyang said, "You can tell me the problems you have encountered in your cultivation, and I will answer them for you." Wu Yang and Zhao Min were both very excited. They hurriedly raised their doubts about cultivation while they were on the road. Xiaoyang had guided many people before, so it was easy for him to guide them. He listened carefully to their questions and observed their cultivation methods. Then he gave them solutions to their problems and let them try. The cultivation problems that had troubled Wu Yang and Zhao Min for a long time were quickly solved after listening to Xiaoyang's instructions. They felt that they could break through their current realm in about half a month, and they firmly believed that they didn't need any medicinal pills or magic treasures. After Xiaoyang solved their problems, he didn't continue to disturb their cultivation. As an educator, he just had to do his duty. In the end, it was up to them to try and practice. No one could help them with this. He sat on the bow of the flying ship and looked at the blue sky and the comfortable clouds. His mood was exceptionally calm. Before the people of the Sun-Moon sect left, they gave a map to Xiaoyang. Therefore, Xiaoyang only needed to fly according to the map. Moreover, Wu Yang and Zhao Min knew the way. They flew calmly like this. After flying for a full day, they finally arrived at the territory of the Sun-Moon sect. When the people of the Sun-Moon sect knew that Xiaoyang and the others had arrived, they immediately sent their disciples to welcome them. In the welcoming team, Xiaoyang saw a familiar person. It was Zhao Hong of the Sun-Moon sect. He didn't know why Zhao Hong of the Sun-Moon sect would represent the Sun-Moon sect to welcome him. However, this wasn't a question worth thinking about. It was the same no matter who came to welcome him. The welcome was just a symbol to show some civility. It wasn't important at all. What was important was that Xiaoyang could successfully comprehend the wordless wall. Xiaoyang could remain calm, but Wu Yang and Zhao Min were surprised. "Senior brother Zhao Hong, why are you here? Didn't you go back to the Sun-Moon sect?" Wu Yang asked in surprise. He was shocked. Zhao Min asked faintly to express her greetings. Then she remained silent. Zhao Hong looked at Zhao Min's indifferent but distant attitude and felt very unhappy. He couldn't help but frown and decided to teach her a lesson. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "It's like this. You know that one of my uncles is in the Sun-Moon sect, so I've been cultivating with my uncle for a period of time. My uncle gave me a mysterious pill. This pill can temporarily raise one's cultivation by one realm. It's useless. In order to express my gratitude, I took the initiative to bring the Sun-Moon sect's disciples to welcome you. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought it was some master who came to help me comprehend the wordless wall. This wordless wall isn't simple. My uncle and I have never been able to comprehend it. In the past 100 years, no one in the Sun-Moon sect has been able to comprehend the true meaning of it." Wu Yang couldn't help but feel a little angry at his showing off and looking down on him. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was deliberately trying to attack Wu Yang and Zhao Min. The hidden meaning was that he was saying, "Look, I followed my uncle and got a precious pill in the blink of an eye. What about you? You got nothing." In addition, this wordless wall was very difficult to comprehend. Even geniuses like them couldn't comprehend it. Therefore, he was telling Xiaoyang and the others not to embarrass themselves. They should back off. Wu Yang said, "Senior brother Zhao Hong is an outstanding genius among our peers. Even he can't comprehend the true meaning of the wordless wall. It seems that this wordless wall is really difficult. However, we know that there are tigers in the mountain, but we still want to go there. So, let's go and embarrass ourselves." Zhao Hong narrowed his eyes and snorted. The corner of his mouth curled up. He didn't care about this anymore. Instead, he looked at Zhao Min and said, "Junior sister, why don't you stay too? I'll talk to my uncle. He'll definitely focus on cultivating you." Chapter 1373. Zhao Hong had never given up on Zhao Min. He had always wanted to pursue Zhao Min, hoping to win her heart. Unfortunately, even though he had worked hard for several years, Zhao Min was still indifferent to him. They had an ordinary relationship as senior brother and sister. This was a huge blow to Zhao Hong. If that was all, it was nothing. Zhao Hong could endure it as long as there was no third person. Zhao Hong believed that his sincerity could move Zhao Min. Therefore, he had always been courting her. However, since Xiaoyang appeared and Zhao Min changed her attitude, Zhao Hong's heart began to become a little twisted. For example, his showing off this time was because he was dissatisfied with Zhao Min and Wu Yang's behavior. He was also dissatisfied with Xiaoyang. Back then, Xiaoyang chose Wu Yang and Zhao Min to stay, but not him. This made Zhao Hong, who was as proud as a peacock, unable to tolerate it. After showing off for a while, he began to express his affection for Zhao Min. Zhao Min frowned and looked a little unhappy. She did not know why, but she had been disgusted with Zhao Hong from the beginning. Therefore, even if she knew Zhao Hong's feelings, she had never agreed. Most of the time, she turned a blind eye. After meeting Xiaoyang, she had a legitimate reason to get rid of him. She made it clear that she wanted to follow Xiaoyang. Although on one hand, Zhao Min admired Xiaoyang, on the other hand, she did not have the intention to get rid of Zhao Hong. Now, after hearing Zhao Hong's question, Zhao Min said lightly, "No need. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choices. I will also be responsible for my own path. If senior brother Zhao Hong has your own gains, then I congratulate you." The more Zhao Min acted as if she did not care, the angrier and more annoyed Zhao Hong was. He took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He forced a smile and said lightly, "All right, we are all senior brother and sister. Let's not talk about this kind of thing. I am now representing Sun, Moon, sect to welcome you. This is Sun Moon City. It is very late. Let's stay in Sun Moon City tonight and return to Taizong together tomorrow morning. What do you think?" Zhao Min and Wu Yang both looked at Xiaoyang. The main mission this time was Xiaoyang, and the two of them were just accompanying him. Xiaoyang glanced at the sky. The sun was already at Shilua, and the sunset glow was red. He then said, "That's good too. Let's rest in Sun Yin City for now." Thus, Zhao Hong brought them to an inn. They went to several inns in a row. Zhao Hong entered an inn to inquire about the accommodations, then came out to inform Xiaoyang and the others. The result was the same. The inns were all full. If it was only once or twice, it would still be considered normal. But after one round, more than 10 inns were all full. This was very unusual. When they arrived at the next inn, Wu Yang said, "Senior brother Zhao Hong, I'll go ask him myself." Without waiting for Zhao Hong to say anything, Wu Yang ran into the inn first. The innkeeper said that there was a room available, which made Wu Yang excited for a while. From this, it could be seen that the other party must have done something. But not long after, the innkeeper came up to apologize, saying, "Sir, I'm very sorry. I saw wrongly just now. There are no more rooms." Wu Yang immediately couldn't help but get angry. "You say there are rooms available, and then there are no rooms. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to make fun of me?" The innkeeper revealed a very forced smile and kept apologizing. He even returned some silver. If it wasn't for Zhao Min stopping him, Wu Yang would have exploded. No matter what, he had to teach the innkeeper a lesson first. He was a disciple of the extreme Yang sect, after all. He wasn't afraid of anyone. He endured it and soon noticed Zhao Hong, who had followed them. Wu Yang and Zhao Min were both thoughtful, but they didn't point out. The problem now was very obvious. It must be Zhao Hong who had done something. Zhao Hong walked up with a smile, saying, "I really didn't expect all the inns in the city to be full. There should be more inns in the town. Why don't we go to the town and take a look?" Xiaoyang blinked and said, "Since that's the case, Then let's not stay here for long. Let's hurry to the lunar sect tonight and not waste time here. Originally, he had allowed them to stay here to rest because he was giving face to the other party's representative group. Since the other party was looking for trouble, then what was the point of staying? It was better to finish their business as soon as possible. The three of them walked out of the inn, and Xiaoyang took out the flying ship. Then with a toss, the flying ship instantly flew into the air and expanded rapidly. It was originally the size of a palm, but in the blink of an eye, it became more than 30 meters long. Seeing the three of them so decisively and quickly, Zhao Hong's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly walked up, wanting to stop them. Smiling, he said, "Senior Xiao, why don't you go up and talk to the innkeeper? Maybe the innkeeper will give you some face." Wu Yang and Zhao Min both felt that this person was detestable and felt disgusted, because Zhao Hong was too hypocritical, too pretentious, and didn't know what was good for him. Xiao Yang didn't need to give him face at all. Whether they stayed or not was completely up to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang said indifferently farewell. Then he used his movement technique and instantly flew onto the flying ship. Wu Yang and Zhao Min also hurriedly followed. Hurry to the lunar sect as soon as possible. Xiao Yang, who was standing on the flying ship, instructed Xiao Yang. Wu Yang and Zhao Min naturally knew the disgust in Xiao Yang's heart. Not daring to delay in the slightest, they hurriedly took out a large number of spirit stones and placed them in the grooves of the flying ship, then sped up and left. Zhao Hong and the others, who were originally in charge of receiving them, had no choice but to follow when they saw Xiao Yang and the others leave. Thus, the group of people headed towards the lunar sect in a grandiose manner. The lunar sect was built on a mountain peak, and anyone who entered this mountain peak would be immediately sensed by the people of the lunar sect, because the lunar sect had set up a formation in this area. Therefore, when Xiao Yang and the others entered, they quickly saw several rays of light descending in front of them. "Sir, this is the territory of my lunar sect. You can't trespass. Quickly leave." The person who came shouted at Xiao Yang and the others. Xiao Yang said calmly, "This one is Xiao Yang. I am indebted to the lunar sect for thinking so highly of this one, and specially came to comprehend the wordless wall." "You are Xiao Yang?" After asking this in surprise, this person felt that he had somewhat lost his composure. He hurriedly changed his words and said, "Greetings to Senior Xiao Yang. Senior, please wait a moment. I will inform the elders to come over." He sent out a communication jade slip. Zhao Hong rushed over and shouted to the several lunar sect disciples, "Senior and junior brothers, I am Zhao Hong, representing the lunar sect to receive them. Let them pass." These disciples were still hesitant. If he was here to receive them, why did he come here in the middle of the night? Zhao Hong hurriedly explained, "It's like this, the inn at the foot of the mountain is already full, so we were forced to hurry." Chapter 1374. The reason why he said this was because he was worried that the solar sect would punish him. Even though he was qualified because of his relationship with his uncle, if he didn't handle this matter well, he might be punished. Even if he wasn't punished, people would be dissatisfied, and it might even affect his uncle. If his uncle pursued this matter, Zhao Hong wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, if he had a choice, Zhao Hong didn't want the Sun-Moon sect to know that he was targeting Xiao Yang. He didn't want to be pursued by the Sun-Moon sect. This was why he was in a hurry to explain. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Wu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, I want to ask, is the inn at the foot of the mountain always full? Or is today special? I wonder what day it is today." The Sun-Moon sect disciple hesitated and looked at Zhao Hong with an ugly expression. Without a doubt, he roughly knew what happened. He hurriedly cupped his fists to Wu Yang, Xiao Yang, Zhao Min, and the others. "Fellow cultivators, I will report this matter truthfully to the sect." He already felt that Zhao Hong's words were a bit forced because he understood the situation in the city. There were basically empty rooms all year round. It was impossible for all the inns to be full. Facing Zhao Hong's behavior, The Sun Moon sect disciple obviously couldn't stand it. Moreover, Zhao Hong was joking about the sect's big matter. One had to know that the sect paid a huge price to invite Xiaoyang over. Now, because of Zhao Hong's pettiness and personal grudges, Xiaoyang and the others left. This was a huge loss to the sect, and Zhao Hong's crime was unforgivable. Therefore, the Sun Moon sect disciple didn't mind letting the sect use this opportunity to teach Zhao Hong a lesson, so that Zhao Hong wouldn't be presumptuous in the Sun Moon sect because of his uncle. Zhao Hong's face darkened and his heart skipped a beat. This wasn't good. He just wanted to make things difficult for Xiaoyang and the others so that he could get back at them. If the Sun Moon sect knew about this, he would be in big trouble. Zhao Hong hurriedly added, "Junior brother Wuyang, you've also been to the inn," and the innkeeper told everyone the truth. Therefore, I hope that junior brother Wuyang can tell us the truth. Wu Yang curled his lips and sneered, "Of course, I will tell you the truth. We went to 15 inns in total, and every single one of them was full. When we reached the 16th inn, I personally went to ask. The innkeeper said that there were rooms available, but when you came in, the innkeeper changed his mind and said that there were no rooms available. Then you suggested that we leave the city and head to the inn in town." Wu Yang could not help but chuckle as he continued, "Senior brother Zhao Hong, I really don't understand why you're doing this. Is it because Senior Xiao didn't let you stay?" Zhao Hong's expression changed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and explained, "Junior brother Wuyang, what are you talking about? How can your senior brother be that kind of person? It's your fortune that you and junior sister Zhao Min can stay with Senior Xiao to study. I can't be envious. I can only be happy for you. I welcome you on behalf of the lunar sect with sincerity." Zhao Min also could not stand it anymore. She was dissatisfied, but she calmly said, "The so-called sincerity is that you don't know how to book a room in advance? The so-called sincerity is that every inn we go to is full of people?" Originally, Zhao Min did not want to flip out at Zhao Hong because Zhao Hong treated her well in the solar sect. She was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. However, Zhao Hong's character was too terrible. He dared to do things but did not dare to admit it. He was very hypocritical. The straightforward Zhao Min could not stand it anymore and directly exposed him. Zhao Hong's expression was very ugly. He really did not expect that even Zhao Min would start to target him. He suddenly felt that his previous kindness to Zhao Min was wasted. His heart was cold and disheartened. It was also because of this that he hated Xiaoyang even more. In Zhao Hong's opinion, Xiaoyang must have bewitched Zhao Min. That was why Zhao Min changed her attitude. Zhao Hong could only say to the lunar sect disciple, "Senior brother, I have a clear conscience." Tai Juyin calmly said, "Zhao Hong, it's good that you have a clear conscience. I am just reporting the truth. Therefore, you don't have to feel burdened. I have no intention of targeting you." Then he looked at Xiaoyang, Wu Yang, Zhao Min, and the others and calmly said, "My 3 friends, the lunar sect sincerely invites you over. If you have been wronged, the sect will definitely seek justice for you." "Thank you, my friend." Xiaoyang cupped his hands and was very satisfied with Tai Juyin's attitude. If the lunar sect's attitude was Zhao Hong's attitude, then Xiaoyang would definitely not do this business. Everyone was waiting quietly. The others were still calm, but Zhao Hong was a little nervous. He frowned and had a heavy expression. Not long after, 2 rays of light flew out from the lunar sect. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. They were the lunar sect's sect leader and grand elder. The appearance of these 2 important figures was enough to show how important Xiaoyang was. When Tai Juyin saw these 2 important figures, he was also shocked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings to sect leader and grand elder." Even these 2 important figures had appeared. It was enough to know how important this matter was to the sect, as well as how important Xiaoyang was. "Fellow Xiao, you have finally come." The lunar sect's sect leader, Zuofeiyin, nodded at Tai Juyin. Then his gaze shifted to Xiaoyang. He cupped his hands and greeted him as an equal. Although the Grand Elder of the lunar sect, Yu Feiming, did not say anything, he also cupped his hands and bowed respectfully, expressing a warm and friendly attitude. Xiaoyang knew the identity of these two people from Tai Juin's greeting. He also returned the greeting. Sect leader, Grand Elder, this Xiao greets you. After both sides greeted each other, Zofane began to invite Xiaoyang into the lunar sect to rest. In this kind of situation where important figures were talking, Wu Yang was not qualified to interrupt, nor should he say anything. However, he still could not help but ask, Sect leader, Grand Elder, your lunar sect will not be like the inn at the foot of the mountain, full of people, right? We can wait until you have time to go in. Shut up. Xiaoyang's face was cold as he scolded Wu Yang. His expression was very serious. Of course, in reality, he did not mean to scold him. He knew that Wu Yang was fighting for him. Facing such kindness, Xiaoyang could not bear to scold him. The Grand Elder of the lunar sect, Yu Fein, frowned and apologized. He immediately cupped his hands and said, Senior Xiao, it is our negligence that has caused you inconvenience. For this, I represent the lunar sect to apologize to you. Also, I will go and ask about the situation first.